Chapter 803 Above the Revered Immortal. The upheaval of counterattacks erupted across the 3,000 great worlds, with the great immortal divine Yuan drawing chaos evil demons into battle, causing all living beings across the great worlds to suffer deeply. As Xianyuan human venerable began to counterattack, many native forces in various great worlds began to overthrow the rule of the great immortal divine Yuan. The Wuxia divine sparrow flew across the 3,000 great worlds, witnessed by countless living beings. Everyone believed that the Wuxia divine sparrow brought victory and hope. Shrines and temples dedicated to the Wuxia divine sparrow sprang up like mushrooms after rain across various realms. The Wuxia divine sparrow was bestowed numerous titles. In the years that followed, even Guan, who was far away at the Daoist field of the beginningless, could sense a unique destiny rushing toward him, which was the faith of all living beings in the Wuxia divine sparrow. The destiny born from this faith was extremely complex. It could help him enhance his cultivation level, allow him to create magical treasures, spiritual objects, and more. It could be said to be omnipotent. No wonder the immortal gods desire incense from the human world. It is worth mentioning that merit does not belong to the heavenly Tao. Gu indirectly stored this merit within the Wuxia divine sparrow, keeping it for later use. He didn't intend to enhance his cultivation level with the merit, but rather saved it for any unforeseen use. In the years that followed, there were no major changes in the celestial spirit great world, but the 3,000 great worlds descended into unprecedented frenzy. The more oppression inflicted by the great immortal divine Yuan, the more emotions were released by all living beings now. However, without a powerful force like Guan stepping in, Xianyuan human venerable needed time to annex all the great thousand worlds of the great immortal divine Yuan. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. Guan sat within a bamboo grove, boiling tea while gazing at the 3,000 great worlds. After so many years of counterattacks, 60% of the great worlds had fallen under Xianyuan human venerable, while the morale on the side of the great immortal divine Yuan plummeted. More and more immortal gods abandoned their support for the great immortal divine Yuan and switched to supporting Xianyuan human venerable, including many new faces. Even immortal gods have a human side. Seeing that Xianyuan human venerable was likely to win, many immortal gods wanted to contribute to his success. To stabilize the situation, under the persuasion of Zixuan old immortal, Xianyuan chose to accept these immortal gods' help, even sharing benefits with them and allowing them to spread Taoism in the human world. What seemed like a battle between two sons of heaven was, for many immortal gods, a rare opportunity. Each immortal god possesses immortal authority. It's not something that can easily be exercised by descending to the mortal world to preach, which is why the previous immortal god did so by sending dreams, as his true self could not appear. Guan watched the actions of those immortal gods, as if watching a play, while contemplating his next breakthrough plan. With such a long lifespan, he could completely improve himself in all aspects, but he felt his current Daoist techniques were already strong enough, adequate for now, since he wasn't experiencing any pressure from others in the same realm. Search * the novel of Ire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, upon recalling the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation encountered by Gu Xianyu, he changed his mind. He not only needed a higher cultivation level, but his combat power must also far surpass others in the same realm. To be invincible does not mean having no rivals one-on-one, but rather being undefeated no matter how many enemies come. Guan even started hypothesizing the possibility of multiple celestial emperors existing in the celestial court, since the position of celestial emperor can be inherited. What if the ancient celestial emperor wasn't dead? Just as Guan pondered, two figures walked out from the bamboo grove. They were in Zizai and Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian had been training outside for 3,000 years, and aside from his somewhat travel-worn appearance, his overall demeanor and vital energy showed little change. The two arrived beside Guan and bowed in greeting. And Zizai spoke, "Ancestor, Zhuang Xian has returned from his training excursion. Is there anything you'd have him do?" The reason for asking this was his hope that Guan would take notice of Zhuang Xian and personally nurture this young man. Gaining Gu An's direct teachings would certainly enable him to surpass other disciples. Just like in Zizai, among those of a younger generation, there were many with talent and comprehension beyond him, yet beneath the second-generation disciples, none could shake his standing in terms of power and status. Zhuang Xian looked at Guwen without much excitement, appearing very composed. Guwen raised his eyes to evaluate Zhuang Xian and asked, "During this excursion, were there any tasks beyond your power?" Zhuang Xian replied, "Yes, many. My cultivation is too weak to help many people. Some demon sects need destroying. I will cultivate properly and venture out again in the future." He didn't directly ask Guwen to intervene, which made Nzizai reassess him. In fact, over the years, Nzizai had constantly been observing him, aware of all his experiences. Zhuang Xian had been furious and irrational, but once he returned to the beginningless, he exhibited calmness. He wouldn't let others help enforce his will. Any regrets? Yes, I was deceived into thinking she would truly reform, only for her to cause more deaths. Even after personally killing her, it didn't change this fact. I swore never to show compassion again. Did anything occur that shook your beliefs? Yes, I met someone who upheld justice, helping mortal spirits everywhere indiscriminately, whether humans or untransformed beasts. He aided without seeking anything in return. He saved many mortal spirits, yet in the immortal cultivation realm, he was a demon, notorious for refining soul banners from cultivators. I don't know whether to label him as good or evil. As he spoke these words, Zhuang Xian's expression turned complex. Guwen smiled and said, "It seems you've gained a lot. Go on." Zhuang Xian immediately bowed and then turned to leave. And Zizai hesitated for a moment, sometimes gazing at Zhuang Xian's departing figure, sometimes looking at Guwen, as if wanting to speak but refraining. He's good material. There's no need to rush. When the time is right, they'll teach him Daoist techniques. He himself feels it's not suitable now. Guwen picked up the teapot and said softly. Hearing this, Nzizai smiled, for Gu An's words assured him that Zhuang Xian's future success was promising. He quickly thanked Guwen and then refrained from disturbing him further. After Nzizai left, Guwen decided to make a breakthrough the next day. He had already begun to envision the realm beyond the mixed element profound venerable immortal. Not until nightfall did Guwen finally rise and leave. Returning to his courtyard as usual, he chatted casually with Shenzhen about trivial matters. On a different note, Zhuang Xian meditated within his cave mansion, the oil lamp on the wall casting light upon the environment. This cave mansion was large, complete with a small lake and a medicine garden, exuding its own special aesthetic. Suddenly, Zhuang Xian opened his eyes, exhaling turbid air. Lifting his right hand, he saw his palm was darkened, and his expression turned peculiar. Upon returning to the beginningless, this power calms down. Could it be that it fears the Tao intent within the beginningless? Zhuang Xian murmured to himself, recalling that when facing his ancestor, he could feel the mysterious power in his palm extremely nervous, shrinking almost to a point. He had initially been distressed about how to overcome the temptation of this power. Now, it seemed, as long as he remained within the beginningless, he need not worry about this power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804. In the early morning, the sunlight pierced through the earth. Guwen, dressed in a close-fitting white robe, walked out of the pavilion, stretching lazily under the bright sun. Today is another day full of hope. Guwen sincerely sighed, harboring thoughts of a major breakthrough, an event awaited for millions of years and his happiest day, full of excitement. Even though he tried to remind himself that he was already a person of great power and should not be so excited, he couldn't help it. After thinking about it, which cultivator facing a breakthrough could remain calm? Moreover, compared to others, Guwen had more confidence. He even felt that he would surely succeed in breaking through, and with such a mentality, he naturally felt more excited. Shenzhen glanced at Guwen from in front of the artifact refining cauldron. Without making a sound, she closed her eyes and continued practicing. After strolling in the courtyard for a while, Guwen left. He walked into the woods along the mountain path, activating the lifespan breakthrough function as he walked. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, select the following breakthrough location. 1. Primal Harmony of Chaos. Sea of Descent. 3. Holy Heart Path. Y Star. Dao Qinglian Tree. 6. Great Dream Lost Realm. 7. Boundless Yin Yang Inverted Realm. 8. Final and 9. Demon God Lake. So many new place names. This means that previously common places cannot give birth to existences higher than primordial, profound, venerable, immortal. Guwen weighed the options, as some of the place names sounded dangerous. However, the lifespan breakthrough can send him to relatively safe places, at least temporarily, as long as he promptly activates the lifespan barrier. In such a case, Guwen wanted to choose the broadest place possible. Search * the novel of Ire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guwen's gaze fell on the final end. This place name had appeared before, and the combination of the words final and made his imagination run wild. Does the great Tao truly have an end? Is there really an ultimate to the years? Or is it just a name without any significant meaning? The final end should be very vast, right? After much thought, Guwen decided to take a look. Transporting to the final end requires consuming 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Despite reaching such a level, the transportation cost of lifespan breakthrough remains unchanged, which is quite fair. A long-lost dizziness hit him, making Guwen close his eyes. After a while, Guwen abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils suddenly contracted. In his sight was a dark red void, endless, with barren stars of all sizes floating around. As far as the eye could see, dark clouds seemed to be swirling at the end of the void. Everything was so oppressive. He immediately activated the lifespan barrier. As the lifespan barrier consumption prompt appeared in front of him, he relaxed. After activating the barrier, he seriously observed the final end. He discovered the Tao spiritual qi surging here was different from the spiritual energy of the heavenly Tao in chaos, filled with an agitating aura, but he had to admit, the Tao spiritual qi here was stronger. He turned around to look in all directions, but he couldn't see the supposed end in any direction. As expected, the final end is just a gimmick. Guwen was secretly disappointed. Just then, his gaze fell on a corner of the void. He saw a star slowly condensing, growing larger, resembling a barren meteor, with no vegetation, no vitality. As his gaze concentrated on the star, endless cause and effect scenes poured into his eyes. This star surprisingly symbolized a great thousand world, a world containing millions of small worlds, with countless mortal worlds like Earth. However, such a magnificent great thousand world no longer existed. It was a mark left after destruction. Guwen immediately looked at other barren stars. Not only the great thousand worlds, but also powerful Daoist lineages, cosmic planes, Tao domains, etc., were all marks left after being destroyed. He even saw a type of destiny, similar to the destiny of Daoist emperors and primordial Tao emperors. The destiny star conveyed multitude scenes of cause and effect, where countless cultivators pursued this destiny, dominating and spirited, but ultimately fell with its dissipation. This kind of destiny he had never felt on the path of the great Tao, but seeing its peak, it was definitely not comparable to Daoist emperors and primordial Tao emperors. Hongmeng Venerable. Guwen secretly noted the name of this destiny. Perhaps someone still remembered its existence. Now, Guwen could understand what the final end was, a place independent of chaos and the heavenly Tao. From here, one couldn't feel the direction of chaos and the heavenly Tao, but whether chaos or the heavenly Tao, the mighty things after extinction left marks here. Guwen couldn't understand why the final end formed as it did. The 3,000 Great Daos is just a term. In reality, the Great Daos are innumerable, always with unknown Tao rules existing. But he knew one thing. This place could give birth to existences surpassing the primordial, profound, venerable, immortal. What an unimaginably terrifying existence could be born in such a negative and oppressive place. Guwen suddenly felt that the heavenly Tao was small, and even chaos couldn't represent everything. Perhaps the celestial emperor immersing himself in reincarnation wasn't indulgence, but searching for an opportunity to break into a higher realm. Guwen took a deep breath, meditating where he was, floating in the void, as if there was invisible land beneath him. First, enhance the physique. Last time upgrading the physique consumed 5 trillion years of lifespan, not seeming much, but compared to last time, it was more than 100-fold increase. If this time also increased 100-fold, it would be 500 trillion years of lifespan. This number was quite terrifying. Guwen invested lifespan into the physique, one amount after another. Soon, the investment exceeded 5 trillion years of lifespan. Finally, he spent 1.2 quadrillion years of lifespan, and his physique ascended to the creation essence body. This was already equivalent to his lifespan consumption when he last broke through a great realm. Guwen didn't have time to grieve the life-consuming physique upgrade before an unprecedentedly vast creation flooded into his mind. Profound abyss divine pool. Guwen's avatar and Hongyazi walked on the wasteland. He walked ahead, Hongyazi followed behind. Hongyazi held a stone in his hand, like a small knife, inscribed with 2 characters, furrowing his brows in deep thought. Years had passed, and they had yet to escape the predicament. This land seemed endless, even flying into the sky or digging into the ground was fruitless. Just then, a glow of sunset rushed from behind, swiftly sweeping over the dim celestial vault, brightening the whole world. Hongyazi looked up, seeing the celestial vault not only lit by the glow of sunset but also appearing in a wave-like distortion. What is this phenomenon? Hongyazi asked. Having adventured with Guwen for so long, he had unknowingly developed a dependence on him. Guwen looked up, secretly amazed. The creation essence body is indeed formidable, without yet breaking through a great realm, just improving the physique. The phenomenon can be transmitted from the final end to the underworld. His avatar in the hidden spirit palace of the celestial spirit great world opened his eyes, seeing the 3,000 great worlds and the path of the great Tao experiencing similar phenomena, the glow of sunset illuminating all beings. Such a commotion might alarm the celestial court. Luckily, he broke through at the final end. The heavenly court immortals should not be able to trace it there. Even so, the creation essence body alone was such. What kind of upheaval would his breakthrough to a great realm cause? Guwen had a slight worry in his heart. Would it push the celestial emperor out of hiding? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805. Breakthrough. Perfection of the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Above the sea of clouds, Li Xuanmiao and the celestial destruction god flew side by side, glancing ahead, seeing many immortal gods flying in the same direction, and the distant celestial vault was flowing with a beautiful glow. Could it be that the dark heavenly court is attacking? Li Xuanmiao asked, raising his eyebrows. In the battle for the Son of Heaven, there were shadows of dark creatures at work. He had fought against dark creatures and was filled with apprehension towards the dark heavenly court. The dark heavenly court was outside the celestial court, yet the celestial court had not taken action, indicating that they were not confident in dealing with the dark heavenly court. Once the dark heavenly court launched an attack on the celestial court, it would inevitably lead to long-term turmoil. Li Xuanmiao was eager to retreat and become stronger, not wanting to keep fighting. Probably not. The celestial order only asked us to assemble. If the dark heavenly court was attacking, Xianxia would take the lead. The celestial destruction god responded, the name Xianxia evoking wild thoughts in Li Xuanmiao. He had heard of Xianxia for years upon arriving at the celestial court, but never witnessed Kangxin's might. It is said that Xianxia is not only the will of the heavenly Tao but also the celestial court's most powerful weapon, whose heavenly might eradicates countless evil demons. They stopped speaking and continued forward. Soon, they reached the assembly point of the immortal gods, still above the sea of clouds, but this portion was gathered by countless immortal gods, some towering millions of feet tall, others suspended above like divine beasts. Looking around, it was spectacular beyond words, boundless and magnificent. Xianxia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In front of all the immortal gods, the end of the sky presented an illusory scene, seemingly leading to another cosmic plane. Inside was the chaos void, a terrifying black fog quietly surging without approaching the heavenly Tao, encircling the heaven-suppressing endless tower. Li Xuanmiao and the celestial destruction god landed among the immortal gods, secretly astounded, for even the celestial destruction god had never seen so many immortal gods assembled together. The foundation of the celestial court was truly terrifying. After a moment of reflection, Li Xuanmiao turned his gaze to the space-time entrance ahead, feeling uneasy looking at the black fog. It was clear that something extremely dangerous lay within. It seems unrelated to the dark heavenly court. Yes, there are similar glowing anomalies deep within chaos. Could it be an almighty being breaking through? What cultivation level would it take to stir chaos and the heavenly Tao? The immortal servant I left in the underworld told me there are similar phenomena there too. Speaking of which, in recent years, anomalies have been cropping up frequently, not a good omen. If it's about breaking limits, how many powerful beings might have secretly arisen? Why are they hiding? Their intentions must be speculated upon. The immortal gods were discussing among themselves, while Li Xuanmiao quietly listened, picking up a lot of intelligence, including names of many non-celestial court forces. The world outside the celestial court was far vaster than he had imagined. The 3,000 great worlds might not be worth mentioning to the celestial court because there are many more powerful forces and enigmatic domains worthy of its caution. What exactly will happen? Li Xuanmiao felt tense, his gaze tightly fixed on the chaotic scene far ahead. An hour later, the glow on the celestial vault began to fade, allowing all the immortal gods to breathe a sigh of relief. However, not long after, the celestial vault displayed countless lightning bolts like snakes silently intertwining. At first glance, the vault seemed to fracture instantly, terrifying, causing the recently relaxed immortal gods to tense up again. The previous glow phenomenon, though attracting the attention of beings across realms, did not appear frightening, so the realms remained relatively peaceful. But with the emergence of new anomalies, all living beings were scared. Even the various battlegrounds of the Son of Heaven conflict were disturbed. All forces were investigating the source of the anomaly, especially the celestial court, but to no avail. Final end. Floating in the void, Guan opened his eyes, his left pupil deep red, right pupil silver blue, seemingly harboring 2 lotus flowers. He exhaled a breath of impure air. His infinite eternal Tao technique had been upgraded to the infinite supreme merging Tao skill, consuming nearly 20 trillion years of lifespan. Tao Qi Eternal Divine Sense was upgraded to the mind-only Tao Qi Divine Technique, consuming nearly 4 trillion years of lifespan. This was his critical Daoist technique for hiding cultivation level, indispensable, still enhancing his divine soul and Qi blood. The 3,000 slaying Tao swords were upgraded to the no-death, no-life heaven-slaying sword, consuming nearly 3 trillion years of lifespan. The Great Primordial Celestial Net Step was upgraded to the Hongmeng 3000 steps, consuming nearly 8 trillion years of lifespan. This step technique shifted from shuttle divine power to attack divine power, annihilating a Tao in 1 step after 3,000 steps, rendering all Daoist techniques and cultivation of the enemy into nothingness. The Great Tao Formless Body was upgraded to the Infinite Eternal Tao Body, consuming nearly 20 trillion years of lifespan. The Demon Shadow Divine skill had greatly aided Guan, never being abandoned. This divine skill formed a Tao of its own, with endless wondrous methods, enabling someone to attain the Tao. The Absolute Void Eye was upgraded to the Extreme Demon and Immortal Pupil, consuming the most lifespan, nearly 60 trillion years. These were his main life-consuming Daoist techniques, and he mastered many more techniques that he wouldn't upgrade one by one. Next was the main event, breaking through the Great Realm. Looking at the current situation where only a small fraction of his total lifespan was consumed, Guan felt fully assured. This time, he would break through successfully without any concern. He directly invested 1 trillion years of lifespan into cultivation level. Within the next hour, chaos, the heavenly Tao, and the underworld faced an exceedingly terrifying upheaval, the Tao rules shivering. Nature's spiritual energy turned into a storm, and the minds of all living beings in immortal cultivation were plunged into overwhelming oppression, with a feeling of suffocating pressure. The celestial vaults of all realms kept changing colors. Anomalies appeared one after another, even bizarre mirage-like scenes occurred, dazzling the eyes. As time passed, all cultivators felt a tremor. The beings within the Daoist field of the beginningless felt better, but they were nonetheless attracted by the constant anomaly mutations in the sky. Within the courtyard, an Xin, celestial demon child, Shenzhen, fairy Yaoxian, and other female cultivators gathered together, while the male cultivators gathered in the distance, discussing the celestial anomaly. The Son of Heaven conflict has just seen a variable, and we now face such anomalies. Xianxia shook her head, her words sounding like worry, yet her face was full of excited and anticipative expressions. Fairy Yaoxian stood at the edge of the crowd, gazing up at the celestial vault, her brow furrowed. She had spent millions of years adapting to the new era, but faced with such a greatly changing anomaly, she still couldn't see through it. Her intuition told her this anomaly was far more frightening than she imagined. "What are you chatting about?" A gentle laugh came, causing the women to turn their heads. They saw Guan in white clothes entering the courtyard, with his usual smile, instantly dispelling all the unease and tension in their hearts. If Guan was calm, so were they. "Ancestor, what is the reason for this anomaly?" asked the impatient Xianxia. Guan stopped, looked toward the celestial vault, and said, "This anomaly covers the 3,000 great worlds, envelopes the entire heavenly Tao, chaos too, and even the underworld is mirrored." This remark caused everyone's expression to change drastically. How great a cause and effect must it be? "I don't know either, but with such a vast range it shouldn't pose a threat to us. If the heavens fell, the celestial court would hold it up." Guan shook his head and smiled. He had already broken through successfully. Unlike before, he had broken through to the perfection realm in one go, but the anomalies of this realm were truly terrifying. Even after his breakthrough ended, they hadn't dispersed, influencing all heavens and myriad realms. At this moment, he had already stepped into a higher tier. Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. Perfection Realm. While conversing with everyone, he was also meticulously sensing the changes in himself, genuinely delightful, making it impossible for him to hide his smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806. Integrating into the Great Tao. Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao. A transcendent existence surpassing the primordial profound venerable immortal. Just how powerful is this realm? Simply put, in Guan's eyes, the entire heavenly Tao no longer holds any mystery. Both the past and the future are in his sight. He saw the birth of the heavenly Tao, indeed initiated by a supremely powerful existence. He saw the end of the heavenly Tao, likewise concluded by a supremely powerful being. Not only that, he leaps out of cause and effect, and no one can find his past or future. Even if they visit the past or future of his acquaintances, he remains unseen. In the realm of merging Tao, he can integrate himself into the great Tao, coexisting with and enduring alongside the Tao. How can the Tao perish? In a certain sense, as long as he merges with the Tao, he will not die, which is true longevity and immortality. Even if he just steps into the early stage of the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, he transcends everything, eternally carefree, and upon reaching the perfection realm, Guan feels his physical body has become indistinguishable from the Tao. This is an incomparably perfect realm, so powerful that it defies description with words. Indeed, the celestial court is no pushover. I've heard the struggle for the Son of Heaven isn't over yet. Could these anomalies be related to that struggle? Very likely, there is a Son of Heaven sending chaos evil demons into battle, truly resorting to any means. I hope the struggle for the Son of Heaven ends soon. I can't focus on my seclusion, afraid an enemy might invade at any moment. What you say sounds amusing. Do you really need to protect heaven and earth? An Exin, celestial demon child, celestial Cyan, and others discussed in the courtyard. With Gu Ennis' words present, their mindset became relaxed, even shifting their topic to the struggle for the Son of Heaven. Gu En looked up. Though standing in this tiny courtyard, his vision could overlook the entirety of the heavenly Tao. He saw the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor sat at the highest point of the celestial court, and throughout the range of the heavenly Tao, there were more than 10 million reincarnation bodies of his, some distributed in the past, others experiencing the future, with endless insights into the Tao flowing into his true body through cause and effect. In that highest palace, dark and silent, the Celestial Emperor supported his head with his hand, seemingly resting, yet his posture radiated the most terrifying aura, as if nothing could disturb him. Even the phenomena caused by Gu En's breakthrough couldn't make him open his eyes. Gu En could sense that the Celestial Emperor was also a supreme emperor of ultimate merging Tao. His cultivation was no weaker than Gu En's, but not vastly stronger either, meaning both were within the same great realm. Besides the Celestial Emperor, within the range of the heavenly Tao, there was no third supreme emperor of ultimate merging Tao. However, there were several primordial profound venerable immortals, all hidden deep within the celestial court, likely those few celestial Tao venerables dwelling in areas Gu En couldn't previously discern in the celestial court. Celestial Emperor, I've caught up, and I will surpass you. I hope that when we cross paths in the future, my strength will please you. Gu En's lips curved upward, his smile radiant. Because of the life of Gu Xuanyu, he held no hostility toward the Celestial Emperor, even harboring some goodwill, only regarding the Celestial Emperor as an imagined rival to spur his own strength. Shen Zhen happened to see Gu En's expression, and her eyes shifted slightly, involuntarily showing a smile on her face. This sweeping phenomenon involving chaos and the heavenly Tao lasted for several hours, dissipating only when night fell. The celestial spirit great world returned to tranquility, yet Gu En could see the celestial court was in chaos, with primordial profound venerable immortal realm celestial Tao venerables hastening to chaos. But this no longer pertained to Gu En. After successfully breaking through, he did not go into seclusion but instead repeated his daily routine, experiencing the specific wonders of the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao in ordinary life. 3 years later, Gu En came to the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance to visit old acquaintances. He stood before a mountain gate, calling up his attribute panel. Name, Gu En, lifespan, 29,684, 473/14, 101, 880, 574, 623, 609. Physique, creation essence body, cultivation level, Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao realm perfection. The breakthrough 3 years ago consumed 22 trillion years of his lifespan, leaving only a remainder. Yet this remainder still represented an immensely vast number in lifespan. Gu En could feel that the next great realm he wished to reach would be far more difficult than before, fearing that 100-fold, 1,000-fold lifespan would be severely inadequate. This intuition was strong, almost certainly true, and this was the strength of the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao. All sensations were prophecies, a prejudgment of the 3,000 great Tao. Gu En contemplated higher realms while looking at his attribute panel. His location was mid-mountain, before him a majestic stone gate, and behind him lay vast and magnificent hills and rivers. At first glance, this seemed not like an immortal cultivation sect but rather a place remote from the mundane world. Suddenly, ripples appeared within the stone gate ahead, like a watery surface, and a human silhouette emerged. A young male disciple approached Gu En, glanced at him suspiciously and spoke, "My ancestor wishes to see you, please follow me in." In the young disciple's eyes, Gu En was indeed astonishingly handsome, yet by his aura, he seemed but an ordinary celestial and earthly immortal. How could such a cultivation merit a personal audience with his ancestor? Though full of confusion, he dared not be careless. Gu En smiled with a nod, then followed him through the stone gate. Passing through the gate, the heavens abruptly changed before him. The mountain ranges continued, yet each peak housed pavilions, palaces, pagodas, and every mountaintop shone with rays of light, akin to an immortal land. Under the guidance of the young disciple, Gu En flew toward the most majestic giant mountain. Along the way, passing disciples greeted the young disciple, clearly indicating his esteemed status in this little world. After a while, the two landed before a palace at the mountain's summit, where the heavens were not seen overhead, but instead a vast starry sky. "Our ancestor is inside. You may enter on your own." The young disciple gestured with his hand, and Gu En nodded, then opened the palace doors and walked in. Once the doors closed, the young disciple withdrew his gaze, turned, and flew down the mountain, his mind pondering the origins of Gu En. Could this person be a descendant of the ancestor? Inside the palace, the sight was bright, spirit mist drifted along the ground. As Gu En walked, he glanced at the stone pillars along the path and began to chant. Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation, void crossing, fusion, Xuanxin, Mahayana, nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, celestial and earthly immortals, carefree primordial immortal, divine immortal of wondrous dharma, Tao void profound immortal, divine thought true immortal, free immortal. Daoist zong zizai immortal, profound yuan free immortal, heaven encompassing free immortal. Innate golden immortal. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gu En's voice echoed within the hall, and upon finishing he looked ahead and grinned. "For realms beyond innate golden immortal, do you need me to inscribe them on the pillar?" Following his gaze, a figure stood atop distant steps. It was Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu had her hands behind her, fixing her gaze on Gu En. She calmly spoke. "With your capability, you could have come directly, yet you had me send someone to invite you. It seems you relish pretending to be weak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 807. Vast disparity. What do you mean pretending to be weak? If I do not participate in worldly causes and effects, whether I am strong or weak, what does it matter? Gu En walked toward Ji Xiaoyu, smiling as he replied. Ji Xiaoyu was dressed in a luxurious purple robe, exuding an aura of noble and transcendent beauty, possessing both the elegance of a fairy and the powerful presence of someone in authority. Upon hearing Gu En's words, she slightly pursed her lips and said, "Such an arrogant tone." She stepped down the stairs, continuing, "If you wish to speak, I won't refuse. Coincidentally, I want to learn more about the realms beyond the innate golden immortal." Gu En laughed. The golden immortal Tao fruit is also divided into 3 layers: innate golden immortal, heaven-balancing golden immortal, and Taiqing golden immortal. The celestial gods guarding the 3,000 great worlds often have cultivation levels around the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm. As he spoke, he took out the fate pen and casually swept it, adding the names of 2 realms, heaven-balancing golden immortal and Taiqing golden immortal, to the foremost stone pillars. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu squinted her eyes and asked, "What is your realm?" Gu En smiled but remained silent. "Judging by your demeanor, is your realm higher than Taiqing golden immortal?" Ji Xiaoyu snorted. When she saw that Gu En's smile didn't change, she was secretly startled. She had thought Gu En was just a Taiqing golden immortal. This guy, although Ji Xiaoyu was surprised, considering Gu En's few interventions, even on the path of the great Tao, none could compare. Surpassing Taiqing golden immortal equates to surpassing the power of most celestial gods, which is reasonable upon reflection. Though understanding is one thing, realizing that Gu En surpassed Taiqing golden immortal, she still felt bewildered. Gu En listened to her inner thoughts, secretly thinking, "Indeed, I am above Taiqing golden immortal, with 5 realms in between." He arrived in front of Ji Xiaoyu, glanced around and asked, "Do you usually reside here in seclusion?" "Yes, the factions of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance are complex. I don't want to get involved in too many causes and effects, so I seldom venture out." Ji Xiaoyu replied, currently still in the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm, just a step away from the innate golden immortal, but unable to break through that step. "Sar the Oval Fire." At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She wasn't in a hurry since those who can achieve innate golden immortal have lived for a long time. Her age compared to these great powers is still far behind. Yet, with Gu An's arrival, she felt a sense of urgency. Continuing like this, she might soon give up her determination to pursue Guan. Guan looked at her and said, "Going out occasionally is beneficial, aiding enlightenment. The Tao is not entirely found through secluded hard practice alone. The existence of the reincarnation tribulation is to guide beings toward the Tao. You can also visit the Daoist field of the beginningless sometimes. The nine-spirit continent has become quite lively these days." Listening to Gu An's words, Ji Xiaoyu gazed fixedly at him. Their eyes met, both without any fluctuations. "When I headed to outer heaven, I thought it would be a farewell to you, but in the end, I returned. When pursuing the Daoist emperor along the path of the great Tao, I thought for the second time would be separated forever. Now, am entirely rooted in the celestial spirit great world, seemingly unable to sever our ties for eternity." Ji Xiaoyu spoke in a calm tone, causing Guan to raise his eyebrows. "What? Do you hold a grudge against me? If you really wish for eternal separation, I simply won't come anymore." Guan said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu's eyes showed subtle changes. She replied, "I just don't want to burden you, and pursuing the great Tao must rely on oneself, at least that's how I view it." Guan understood her true thoughts, which was why he didn't get angry. He said wryly, "According to your view, do you wish to remain forever alone?" Ji Xiaoyu paused in silence, then asked, "Is there anything I can do for you? Why don't you show me around? I find this place quite interesting." Guan said with a gentle smile. Ji Xiaoyu didn't reject the idea. She nodded slightly, then began to lead the way, walking in front of Guan, who followed closely. Walking ahead of Guan, her lips slightly upturned but quickly returned to normal. Thus, Guan followed Ji Xiaoyu around her dojo. To avoid suspicion, Ji Xiaoyu donned a hat and a veil. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. On this day, Ji Xiaoyu escorted Guan to the mountain gate. As the formation at the gate closed, only the two of them remained on the cliff. Guan turned toward Ji Xiaoyu and said, "If you encounter immortal fate in the future, do not accept it." Ji Xiaoyu asked, "Why?" She didn't think Guan simply didn't want her to leave. There must be a special reason, perhaps the reason he came to find her. In her view, Guan couldn't have come merely for leisure. Because it will be a trap. If you wish to ascend to immortality, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, and I'll tell you when. Guan responded. This made Ji Xiaoyu's gaze toward him filled with deep meaning. She was curious about just how far Guan's eyes could see into the future. Guan continued, "Since you want to become an innate golden immortal, I will assist you in achieving it." As he finished speaking, Guan suddenly waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze blew toward Ji Xiaoyu, lifting her hat, revealing astonishment on her cool and beautiful face. She stood frozen in place, regaining consciousness only after several breaths. By the time she returned to awareness, Guan's presence was gone, and she widened her eyes in shock, discovering her Tao fruit had transformed, with unfamiliar energy surging within. Soon, she realized she had achieved the innate golden immortal realm. No celestial tribulation. Directly transformed into it. She instinctively thought she was dreaming, yet she couldn't find Guan's figure anymore. She immediately entered the stone gate to confirm she was in the real world. Meanwhile, Guan arrived at the Xiao family city to find Xiao Lan, roaming the streets and sensing Ji Xiaoyu's changes. This was the strength of the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao, able to forcibly elevate others' realms without any drawbacks. The reason there's no need to cross the tribulation is that he used his Tao intent. Now Ji Xiaoyu just needs to slowly adapt to the new realm's transformation to completely become an innate golden immortal. Guan couldn't help but think of the celestial court, whose destiny could rapidly strengthen mortal spirits without any side effects. Isn't this the ability of the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao? Could it be that all heavenly court immortals were promoted by the celestial emperor? If so, it makes sense. the celestial emperor wouldn't fear the immortal's rebellion, nor fear the son of heaven growing powerful, as the immortal's strength derives from him. To create so many heavenly court immortals, the celestial emperor's cultivation level is indeed terrifying. However, the celestial emperor hasn't exposed this point, instead allowing Zongtian and the heavenly Dao to substitute for his function. Guwen wasn't planning to forcefully help disciples break through realms unless they hit a limit. Even when assisting those around him, Guwen won't reveal the intricate wonders of it, as they are simply too unbelievable. Moreover, for the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Dao, having more subordinates is pointless. No matter how many strong people are under the Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Dao, combined, they can't rival him. Moreover, he and the Celestial Emperor stand in the Perfection Realm. On the Heavenly Dao scope, there are only 2 Supreme Emperors of Ultimate Merging Dao, both in the Perfection Realm, and their gap with all beings is astoundingly vast. Why do I suddenly relate to the Celestial Emperor's arrogance? Guwen chuckled, shaking his head. He felt this mindset was unacceptable, just as the Celestial Emperor couldn't foresee him rising unknowingly. Perhaps another Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Dao might emerge in the future without either him or the Celestial Emperor realizing. No matter what, he must never be conceited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808. Another side of the Patriarch. The passage of time resembles a spinning wheel and is as merciless as flowing water, erasing worldly grudges, disasters, and happiness. Regardless of good or bad, all will pass before the sands of time. The contest for the title of Son of Heaven is no exception, and its progress is accelerating. After 3 million years, the 3,000 great worlds have all fallen under Xianyuan human venerables' dominion, bringing peace to various realms. Following a great calamity, these realms enter a new era, receiving blessings from the heavenly Dao, with all things reborn. While the 3,000 great worlds are rejoicing, the contest for the title of Son of Heaven still has one crucial final battle. The celestial spirit great world remains in peace, yet the number of little worlds from outer heaven is increasing. Ji Xiaoyu's attainment of innate golden immortal status has not been spread widely. She chooses to hide her cultivation level, continuing to pretend as the heaven-encompassing free immortal, and uses her unique qi concealment technique. This year as spring begins, and Zizai takes Zhuang Xian into the bamboo forest to find Guwen. This bamboo grove has become Guwen's exclusive domain, where others dare not tread lightly. After many years, Zhuang Xian has become a free immortal and is now pursuing the path of primordial Dao Emperor. He wears a black shirt and white robe, with his long hair bound at the top by 2 bamboo hairpins, his expression solemn, embodying the aura of a seasoned sage. Coming before Guwen, the 2 respectfully salute Guwen. "You may return first." Guwen tells Zizai, who upon hearing this, can only suppress his curiosity and turn to leave. Facing the ancestor alone, Zhuang Xian, who usually fears neither heaven nor earth, now feels somewhat nervous, his breath becoming unsteady. Guwen sits on the steps in front of the pavilion. He gestures for Zhuang Xian to sit on the ground, and Zhuang Xian promptly complies. "I called you here because I intend to personally teach you. Do you know why I am willing to instruct you?" Guwen asks as he toys with the 7-star mirror, once the immortal path ultimate treasure of the 7-star spirit realm, now transformed into a Dao treasure, containing the power to suppress a side of the great thousand world. Zhuang Xian replies, "Is it because of ancestor N?" He would not arrogantly believe that it is due to his own character that the ancestor appreciates him. Presently, there are countless Wuxia disciples, many with remarkable talent, yet none have seen the ancestor instruct anyone. Guwen laughs. "He is just one reason. It's also because of your master. Let me tell you a secret. Don't tell anyone, including your master." Zhuang Xian becomes intrigued and quickly agrees. Guwen begins to narrate tales from his time at the Supreme Sect, focusing on his interactions with LV Beiyin, soon captivating Zhuang Xian, immersing him in the story. He seems transported into the tale, witnessing Guwen and LV Beiyin, who has transformed into Elder Tian, walking and chatting in the medicine garden. Zhuang Xian had heard many stories about the ancestor before, but those were mostly legends of the ancestors saving the world. Hearing a simple story of the ancestor interacting with others was a first. Very simple, yet full of flavor, calming his spirit. Hearing about LV Baitin restoring his identity, always wanting to pass his cultivation level to Guan and urging him to become the sect leader, causes Zhuang Xian to smile involuntarily. Once Guan finishes speaking, he himself drifts into reminiscence. Zhuang Xian asks, "Ancestor, is my master a descendant of Senior LV Baitin?" The ancestor indeed seems to be someone who cherishes old friendships. Guan glances at him, smiling. No, he is the reincarnation of LV Baitin. The cultivation technique I imparted to him was once taught to me by his prior incarnation. Zhuang Xian widens his eyes with an expression of disbelief. To him, the tales of Guan and LV Baitin should stem from an unfathomably distant past, so far back that it transcends thousands, tens of thousands of reincarnation cycles. Given such reincarnation, it's seemingly impossible to find a familiar face. Guan continues, "I am indifferent to your cultivation achievements, nor concerned about how many you may aid in the future. As long as you do not commit evil, do not harm fellow disciples, even if you accomplish nothing, I will not expel you from Wuxia. Presently, I pass the cultivation technique to you in consideration of your master. I hope you can become your master's pride, as his former incarnation always aspired to nurture an exceptional disciple." Zhuang Xian listens attentively, pondering for a moment before solemnly nodding his head. He doesn't feel disappointed by this. Instead, he finds the ancestor magnanimous and sincere, expressing a swaggering boldness that fears no change. He also hopes to become such a person. Guan raises his hand and sends out the 7-star mirror. The mirror floats in midair, the surface reflecting a beam of white light, which reveals a scene of the dark void within. "Let's watch a battle first," Guan says with a smile, and with a gesture from his right hand, a wine jug from the pavilion flies into his hand. A battle? Curious, Zhuang Xian's gaze turns to the dark void ahead, witnessing two figures approaching each other. Who are they? Zhuang Xian cannot resist asking. Guan responds, "Sons of Heaven, the two who plunged the 3,000 great worlds into a millennium-long catastrophe. They are about to have their final showdown." Sons of Heaven? Zhuang Xian's eyes widen, turning to Guan with an expression of disbelief. The current celestial spirit great world has already formed links with the 3,000 great worlds, coupled with the presence of the 10,000 realms gate, so Zhuang Xian is aware of the battle for the title of Son of Heaven. Such a narrative feels incredibly distant to him. In his mind, the celestial court even seems to be above the beginningless realm. Within the beginningless, no one can compare to the Son of Heaven. The ancestor can, astonishingly, glimpse the Sons of Heaven's duel from within the dojo. And the two Sons of Heaven are completely unaware. What kind of technique is this? What kind of cultivation level could achieve this? Zhuang Xian is both shocked and thrilled. Disciples have always known the ancestor is powerful, but the true extent of that power remains unseen to all. Today, the ancestor's demonstration, though not earth-shattering, has shattered his perception. Watching the ancestor's serene and tranquil smile, Zhuang Xian's thoughts swirl. At this moment, a booming sound emanates from the strong light of the 7-star mirror, capturing his attention. He sees the two Sons of Heaven already engaged in battle. The scene instantly pulls back, yet even so, the mana of both Sons of Heaven fills the entire view. Occasionally he sees the two Sons of Heaven grow in size, battling with Dharma aspect, then shrink, with the scene changing to appear in other universes, the battle moving so rapidly that he daren't blink. Although indistinct, he senses the two Sons of Heaven's terrifying strength. Ping, the sound of the mirror shattering reaches him. Zhuang Xian watches the scene, feeling as if the universe was being smashed apart, with the dark void quickly turning into an intense red. 9 Heaven's true dragon Qi, Father Emperor indeed dotes on you. Xianyuan Human Venerable's voice rings out, icy cold. Esya the novel, at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Another voice accompanies it. That's because my aptitude is sufficient for cultivation. Though we are both sons of heaven, the disparity in talent is truly present. Following this, Zhuang Xian sees dragons appearing out of thin air, relentlessly attacking each other, half golden, half black, seemingly two hordes of dragons locked in battle, each enormous, with stars beside them akin to grains of sand. How do you also possess 9 heavens true dragon chi? Great immortal divine Yuan's voice sounds again, laden with shock and anger. You're right, there is indeed a talent gap between us. Xianyuan human venerable replies with contempt. Guwen watches their 9 heavens true dragon chi, his thoughts drifting. He recalls the final battle between Guxuanyu and Taihao, where they too wielded 9 heavens true dragon chi. Yet compared to them, Xianyuan human venerable and great immortal divine Yuan's 9 heavens true dragon chi pales in significance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809. 10 Immortal positions. The battle between the great immortal divine Yuan and Xianyuan human venerable ultimately ended with Xianyuan human venerable emerging victorious, reducing the great immortal divine Yuan to ashes, with no chance of resurrection for another fight. Afterward, Xianyuan human venerable stood alone in the shattered void, gazing upward as if looking at the mysterious and elusive Zongtian. This battle of the Son of Heaven lasted a full day and night, which was relatively short for their realm, and Zhuang Xian watched with great interest. Although, most of the time, he couldn't see the details of the battle between the two Sons of Heaven, he still watched with relish, as if witnessing the evolution of a myth. Guwen put away the 7-star mirror, causing the image suspended before them to dissipate. He stood up and stretched lazily. Zhuang Xian quickly got up, nervously looking at Guwen. Is it time to cultivate? He was both eager and nervous to be personally taught by the ancestor. He feared disappointing the ancestor because he had never been the most insightful in his generation. His talent often seemed mediocre compared to his peers. Guwen looked at Zhuang Xian and smiled, saying, I will only teach once. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on your fortune. These words made Zhuang Xian even more nervous, and he could only nod cautiously. Sunlight streamed through the bamboo forest, falling upon the two, imparting a sense of harmony and the beauty of tranquil times. The battle of the Son of Heaven has ended. For the all-living beings across all realms, once their great world is no longer plagued by evil demons, the battle is over. But for the sects across the realms, the real highlight is after Xianyuan human venerable's victory. Will the Son of Heaven fulfill his promise? Do they have a chance to ascend to immortality? Sar the novel at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ultimately, Xianyuan human venerable did not disappoint, choosing a group of meritorious great cultivators to go to the celestial court and sending Zixuan old immortal to travel across the 3,000 great worlds to reward deeds according to merit. About 1,000 years have passed since the battle of the Son of Heaven. In late summer that year, Xianyuan human venerable, accompanied by Zixuan old immortal, came to visit Guwen. Guwen sent Nzizai to receive them, and they met again at the mountain viewing pavilion. Before leaving, Nzizai couldn't help but glance at Xianyuan human venerable one more time. This person was the Son of Heaven. He speculated internally. The battle of the Son of Heaven has ended, so why does the Son of Heaven come to visit the ancestor? Did the ancestor play a crucial role in the battle? Nzizai suddenly thought of a legend he heard not long ago about a divine sparrow with colorful rays at its tail end sweeping across the 3,000 great worlds, exterminating countless evil demons, thus changing the course of the battle of the Son of Heaven. With a heart full of confusion, he left, not daring to disturb Guwen's conversation with the other two. After he departed, Xianyuan human venerable respectfully bowed to Guwen, raising his hand in salute, appearing much more humble than during his last visit. Zixuan old immortal followed suit, looking at Guwen with gratitude and awe. When he sought Guwen's assistance, he dreamed that Guwen could help Xianyuan human venerable, but he never expected that Guwen could single-handedly change the tide, even against the Dao extreme Daoist immortal of the celestial court. Incredibly, Guan himself did not appear in person, simply relying on a divine sparrow to change the dynamics. "Sit down and let's chat." Guan smiled as he waved his right hand. A formless force lifted the hands of the two immortals, prompting them to straighten their posture. Then, they followed Guan to take their seats. Xianyuan Human Venerable looked at Guan and asked, "Could I possibly see that divine sparrow?" Sichuan Old Immortal took the initiative to pick up the teapot on the table to pour tea for Guan, and upon hearing Xianyuan Human Venerable's request, he too looked at Guan expectantly. Guan smiled, raised his right hand, and immediately, a colorful light flew from outside the pavilion, swiftly landing on his arm. As the radiance faded, the figure of the Wuxia divine sparrow emerged. It appeared similar in size to a chicken, although majestic. Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal could not quite reconcile this with the image of a divine sparrow that traversed the 3,000 great worlds. "What is the origin of such a spiritual entity?" asked Sichuan Old Immortal curiously. The Wuxia divine sparrow perched on Guan's arm, shaking its head as if dazed, but considering it was able to repel the Dao extreme Daoist Immortal, despite feeling shocked, Sichuan Old Immortal dared not underestimate it. Guan stroked the head of the Wuxia divine sparrow and smiled. "It has no grand origins, it has just been cultivating by my side." These words made Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal feel a surge of awe. Simply staying by his side can achieve the Dao extreme Daoist Immortal realm? What audacious language! Even in the celestial court, it's not about having enough time for cultivation to reach the Dao extreme Daoist Immortal level. To achieve the Dao extreme Daoist Immortal requires immeasurable merit, and Xianyuan Human Venerable dared not imagine himself achieving the Dao extreme Daoist Immortal yet. Guan slightly raised his right hand, prompting the Wuxia divine sparrow to fly away. "What are your reasons for coming here?" Guan asked. Guan was very satisfied with Xianyuan Human Venerable's actions after his victory. At least he did not deceive the all-living beings, and with victory, there truly was a chance for immortality. Furthermore, the 3,000 great worlds did not perish and be recreated, which indicated Xianyuan Human Venerable exerted his influence on the celestial court. Xianyuan Human Venerable said, "Ancestor, your assistance was immeasurable. I had to come to express my gratitude. I am willing to offer you 10 immortal ascension slots. How about that?" 10 immortal ascension slots. Guan couldn't help but feel amazed. No wonder Tai Immortal Monarch was so committed to supporting the Son of Heaven. Relationships are truly important. How many years would it take for the 3,000 great worlds to birth an immortal god? Xianyuan Human Venerable effortlessly offered 10 slots, and Guan could sense that these 10 slots were not just ordinary celestial god positions but star monarch immortal positions. "You have already given me the heavenly Dao Emperor Jade, that's enough." Guan shook his head and smiled. Xianyuan Human Venerable replied sternly, "The heavenly Dao Emperor Jade was to request your assistance, but now I am talking about the reward after victory, which is what I should give." "Yes, Ancestor, if you can't decide now, you can accept them first and later give the opportunity to whichever disciple wishes to ascend to immortality," Sichuan Old Immortal chimed in. Xianyuan Human Venerable waved his sleeve, and 10 green jade long sticks appeared on the table, each engraved with the words Star Monarch. Guan no longer refused and asked, "Your Highness, how will you treat the 3,000 great worlds in the future?" Xianyuan Human Venerable was secretly astonished. How did the ancestor know he could rule the 3,000 great worlds? This was a reward he received from Tsangtian not long ago, effectively enabling him to oversee 3,000 celestial gods, along with many immortals and gods who prioritize the 3,000 great worlds to serve him, greatly expanding his power. Of course, he was merely astonished and did not ponder too much, considering the ancestor's cultivation level. Deducing this was not impossible. Xianyuan Human Venerable began to describe his plans, believing the 3,000 great worlds held great potential, and intended to develop them well, making them a significant part of the heavenly Dao, heralding unprecedented fortune, and marching towards a grander era. The three chatted for a long time, mostly with Guan listening, While Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal observed his expression, afraid he might be dissatisfied. Xianyuan Human Venerable indeed had faith in the 3,000 great worlds, but most importantly he wanted to enlist Gu An's support. Having Guan in the 3,000 great worlds was of extraordinary significance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:10, Son of Heaven Jian. If it is truly so, then His Highness will surely become a revered immortal god among all beings and reshape the image of immortal gods in the hearts of all living beings. Guan looked at Xianyuan Human Venerable, speaking with admiration, which prompted Xianyuan Human Venerable to smile. Sichuan Old Immortal laughed and said, His Highness has always had the ideal of restoring the celestial court's virtues. After this victory, Kangshan's reward for His Highness far exceeds expectations, indicating that even the heavenly Tao supports His Highness' ideal. When talking about this matter, his tone was somewhat excited. Clearly the outcome of this Son of Heaven conflict differed from his expectations, further exciting him. Xianyuan Human Venerable showed a smile, feeling joyous. To receive approval from such an extraordinary great power as Ancestor Master Wuxia proves that the path he steadfastly follows is correct. The three continued chatting for a while longer, then Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal did not linger further. Although they had stayed for an hour, they felt greatly rewarded. At least they had the hope of winning Ancestor Master Wuxi's favor. By the way, what impression do you have of Son of Heaven Jian? Guan suddenly asked, causing the two immortals who were about to leave to halt, looking at Guan with surprise. Sichuan Old Immortal was the first to ask, Master Ancestor, why are you inquiring about him? Search * the novel fire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Mentioning Son of Heaven Jian, Sichuan Old Immortal's expression became unnatural, and even Xianyuan Human Venerable furrowed his brow. Guan maintained a smile and said softly, Oh, nothing in particular, just curious to understand. Sichuan Old Immortal glanced at Xianyuan Human Venerable, then said, This Son of Heaven's celestial rank is quite high. His cultivation level is on par with some celestial Dao venerables. His Son of Heaven number can be ranked in the top 100. He once won the Son of Heaven battle, later lost, and since then has devoted himself to retreat, showing himself rarely. Yet over the long years, the immortal gods under his command continue cultivating new immortal gods. Overall, this Son of Heaven is not one to provoke lightly. His mention of not to provoke was a subtle warning to Guan not to antagonize Son of Heaven Jian. Even though Guan had already displayed strength not fearing Dao Extreme Daoist Immortal, he still hoped Guan would not provoke Son of Heaven Jian. Xianyuan Human Venerable did not speak, but it was clear he was very apprehensive of Son of Heaven Jian. Guan said with a laugh, Do not worry, I have no feud with him, it's just that I happened to see him about to do some things. Alright, you may go now. Sichuan Old Immortal was puzzled upon hearing this, wishing to ask what matter it was but dared not get entangled in the cause and effect of Son of Heaven Jian. Xianyuan Human Venerable looked at Guan and asked, What he intends, does it relate to the 3,000 great worlds? Guan did not reply but merely looked at the teacup on the table. Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal instantly understood, their expressions turned grim. They asked no more and left politely. The two immortals left Wuxia and directly moved to the world gate. Xianyuan Human Venerable's face was livid, his eyes fiery, causing the celestial spirit god guarding the world gate to hurry to his feet. Your Highness, do not be reckless. Sichuan Old Immortal quickly advised, having guessed what Xianyuan Human Venerable intended. Xianyuan Human Venerable said without turning around, I understand, I am merely angry and will not give him any chance. Passing by the celestial spirit god, he paused, turning to look at the celestial spirit god, his expression softened, and said, Serve Ancestor Master Wuxia well in the future, whatever happens if you need to find me, just call my name at the world gate and I will hear it. Celestial spirit god was flattered, promptly agreeing. After that, Xianyuan Human Venerable and Sichuan Old Immortal stepped into the World Gate one after another. When the intense light of the World Gate dissipated, only then did the celestial spirit god breathe a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a smile. The path becomes ever smoother. Being a celestial god, serving a great power outside the celestial court was once considered fundamentally rebellious behavior, but now, many high-ranking immortal gods support him in doing so. The celestial spirit god resumed his meditation, his gaze towards the distance, his mind drifted to Tianhao. He wondered if that boy had ascended to immortality, and what immortal position he held. Meanwhile, Guan walked out of the mountain viewing pavilion, proceeding along the mountain path, leisurely strolling through the wilderness, contemplating the future. In a distant future, son of heaven Jie Yen will reincarnate to the mortal realm, achieve supreme status in the celestial spirit great world, and commence a war for dominion over the 3,000 great worlds. This destiny emerged after Xianyuan Human Venerable 1, clearly indicating that son of heaven Jie Yen was targeting Xianyuan Human Venerable. Guan had previously warned Ji Xiaoyu not to trust immortal fate, precisely because she would encounter son of heaven Jie Yen in the future. This son of heaven Jie Yan's cultivation level is quite formidable, having reached perfect Daoist great Luo immortal realm. Yet regrettably, such a level holds no secrets to Guan. It made Guan feel relieved that when he achieved Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal, he did not act recklessly. Had he indiscriminately killed and crazily accumulated lifespan, he surely would have been targeted by Xian Qi Primordial Immortal and Mixed Element Profound Venerable Immortal. There are always those who take the lead role in this world, but staying here and watching the drama is more enjoyable. Guan murmured, with no one beside him to know what he meant. He prepared to assess Zhuang Xian's cultivation achievements. Though he said it was to see Zhuang Xian's own fortune, after millions of years, it was his first time teaching someone cultivation and could not let Zhuang Xian be too poor. Celestial Court, Guangfa Immortal Palace. In the Grand Hall, hundreds of immortal gods sat cross-legged on their respective mats, Li Xuanmiao and Celestial Destruction God among them, the two seated next to each other. The venerable Guangfa Taiguang had not yet appeared, and the disciples of Guangfa Immortal Palace chatted about the Son of Heaven conflict. Didn't expect Xianyuan Human Venerable to turn the tide, truly surprised me. Indeed, Taisien Divine Yuan almost won, yet it could be overturned. Who knows what has happened within the 3,000 great world? It is said Xianyuan Human Venerable invited a supreme great power to intervene. I heard too that Taisien Divine Yuan invited a supreme immortal to act, but was not the rival, which might be why Xianyuan Human Venerable was conferred as Great Thousand World Immortal King. Xianyuan Human Venerable introduced hundreds of immortal gods at once, and Songtian permitted them, likely leading to more sons of heaven engaging in such conflicts in the future. Listening to the immortal gods' discussions around him, Li Xuanmiao felt that this situation was connected to his master. If there was a major variable in the 3,000 great worlds, it could only be his master. That Taisien Divine Yuan acted unscrupulously, worrying him about the celestial spirit great world, also fearing Guan would become an enemy of the celestial court to protect the celestial spirit great world. Celestial Destruction God spoke. The Son of Heaven conflict causing such a significant impact might be some sort of signal. Li Xuanmiao turned to look at him, curiously asking, "What kind of signal?" Celestial Destruction God did not answer, but said, "They say both sons of heaven displayed 9 heavens true dragon chi." What is 9 heavens true dragon chi? It is the Emperor of Heaven's divine skills, with abnormally domineering power to suppress the heavenly Tao. Celestial Destruction God's answer changed Li Zuanmiao's expression significantly. 2 sons of heaven with the Emperor of Heaven's true inheritance competing, and Songtian offering unprecedented merit rewards, indeed extraordinary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:11. Dugademon Emperor. As Li Xuanmiao pondered Kangshan's will, a golden light appeared on the steps ahead. As the golden light dissipated, Venerable Guangfa Taiguang appeared on the lotus throne and sat down. his imposing figure appeared, and all the immortal gods in the hall stood up and bowed to him. Venerable Guangfa Taiguang nodded slightly, raised his hand and pressed down, indicating for all the immortal gods to sit. Once all the immortal gods were seated and looking at him, he spoke, "Today's lecture will discuss the immortal gods, and we shall talk about what it means to be an immortal, what it means to be a god, and what the order of the heavenly Tao should be. I hope you will find your own path in comprehending the heavenly Tao, and no matter the outcome, do not regret." On hearing this, the immortal gods sat upright, knowing that this lecture was connected to the dispute for the title of Son of Heaven, a matter of great interest to them. Such a significant event rarely occurs in the celestial court over the long eras, as no one within the heavenly Tao can shake its foundation. The white-haired elder in the first row spoke first. This humble Daoist believes that immortal gods should focus on destiny. Relying on it means relying on all beings of heaven and earth. Thus, immortal gods should primarily protect all beings. His status was evidently high, as he was the first to speak, and the other immortal gods listened intently. After he finished speaking, an immortal god quickly rebutted, "An immortal is an immortal. Mortal spirits cultivate to become immortals, enduring hardships, yet after becoming immortals, they still weigh mortal spirits heavily. What is the meaning of our immortal cultivation? Immortals should keep their distance from mortal spirits. This itself is a protection. In fact, even if we do nothing, mortal spirits will still worship us, so there's no need to curry favor for the sake of destiny." His argument won the approval of many immortal gods, most of whom were from the mortal world, having faced trials themselves. They knew the dangers of human hearts and inherently detested the machinations and disputes of mortal spirits. Suddenly, the immortal gods split into two factions and began debating. It was difficult for anyone to propose a third view without being dragged into the conflict between immortals and mortals. Li Xuanmiao remained silent, observing the attitudes of the immortal gods. Though he could understand some immortal gods' extreme comments, he always felt that immortal gods should protect mortal spirits. What's called an immortal god doesn't really rely on their own cultivation but on the heavenly court's destiny to achieve immortality. Since the heavenly court requires the faith of all beings, immortal gods should inherently have the responsibility to protect mortal spirits. At least, that's what Li Xuanmiao believes. Venerable Guangfa Taiguang did not speak. He listened quietly. With him presiding over the court, the immortal gods had disputes but maintained order without devolving into chaos. CTH Novelfire. Net asterisk website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Far away in the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guwen was also listening to the lecture. After reaching the level of Supreme Emperor of Ultimate Merging Tao, the celestial court seemed less mysterious to Guwen, who often spied on it. Since Li Xuanmiao was listening to the Tao, Guwen decided to eavesdrop too. Observing the celestial court over the years, Guwen discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Supreme Immortal and Celestial Tao Venerable often have compassion for all beings, whereas Celestial God, Star Monarch, Main Deity, Immortal Monarch are more disdainful of them. The former did not originate from the mortal realm, while the latter mostly fought their way out of the mortal realm only to scorn its beings, a truly ironic fact. While Guwen was enjoying what he heard, an Xian appeared in the courtyard. She came to the tree and looked at Guwen lying in the rocking chair, asking, "Master, I have something to ask you." She glanced at Shenzhen, hesitant. "Just speak," Guwen replied casually. An Xian immediately asked, "Has the owner of those eyes left?" "Yes, captured by immortal gods to the celestial court." "What? No reason. The celestial court doesn't tolerate those eyes." Guwen's answer made an Xian frown and caught Shenzhen's attention. An Xian thought of Guwen's warnings to her, feeling heavy-hearted, even though those immortal emperor's eyes were intimidating. Yet thinking that such a powerful entity was apprehended by the celestial court, she felt akin to empathy. She stopped asking, bowed to Guwen, then left. Although Shenzhen was curious, she didn't ask more and continued her cultivation. Guwen also didn't discuss the immortal emperor's eye with her. He had no intention of rescuing the owner of those eyes, as there was no cause and effect connection. that owner of the immortal emperor's eye was already imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Guan was familiar with that prison because Profound Abyss had spent a long time there, where only beings of great power were detained. Speaking of it, when Profound Abyss escaped from the prison, the fierce demon who caused chaos in the celestial court was still trapped inside. After countless ages, that demon's demon chi had dissipated, yet his body and soul persisted, enduring daily the torment of celestial fire. Xian Qi Primordial Immortal Cultivation Level. Guan discerned his origin, named Duga Demon Emperor, with half-immortal blood in his veins. His father was a celestial Dao venerable, hence the celestial court hadn't completely exterminated him. The prisoners in the heavenly prison mostly had intricate connections with the celestial court. Those without any connections were directly obliterated by the celestial court. The same applied to the owner of the immortal emperor's eye. His eyes weren't naturally born but transplanted by a celestial court great power, attempting to refine those eyes through his body. Nowadays, Guan found it amusing to observe the complex web of cause and effect within the celestial court, like following a drama or watching a movie, not dull at all. To all beings, the celestial court appears ethereal, even free immortals struggle to reach them. Yet every move they make can affect the destiny of all heavens and myriad realms. Guan got up, intending to take a look around the Nine-Spirit Dynasty while listening to the lecture from Guangfa Immortal Palace. Shenzhen did not follow him. She was solely focused on asking the Tao and reaching the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm sooner. Now, the second-generation disciples of the beginningless had a minimum cultivation level of profound Yuan free immortal, but hadn't yet birthed any innate golden immortal. Time flows endlessly, as a day passes like a page in the annals of time. After Xianyuan human venerable triumphed, legends of immortal gods proliferated across the human world, and opportunities to ascend to immortality began to spread throughout it. Millions of years later, immortality became the highest goal for the cultivation of the multitudes. That year, on the Taizong continent, within the ancient supreme sect, a young figure arrived on the heaven-repairing platform representing the highest legacy on that land. This youth wore black clothes, had handsome features, and appeared to be just 16 or 17 years old, carrying 3 treasure swords on his back as he walked with the steady stride of a dragon and tiger onto the heaven-repairing platform, full of spirit. The heaven-repairing platform was vast, yet only a few hundred were cultivating there, all meditating in different spots. The youth walked toward the heaven-splitting axe standing in the center of the platform. As he got closer, people began to turn their attention to him. The heaven-splitting axe was left behind by the mythic supporting Dao sword venerable, but countless ages have passed, and no one has been able to retrieve it, causing the expectation for this grand opportunity to fade. Thus, fewer and fewer with high cultivation are visiting the heaven-repairing platform. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:12. Celestial Mandate Person. The black-clad youth came before the heaven-splitting axe, looking at the ancient axe that had weathered countless millennia. He smiled with a radiant exuberance. "Hey kid, where are you from? Do you also wish to challenge the ancient inheritance?" An elderly voice echoed. The black-clad youth turned his head upon hearing it and smiled brightly, saying, "My name is Su Ling. I just joined the Supreme Sect, and I believe I am qualified to receive the world's greatest opportunity." Hearing this, the surrounding old cultivators opened their eyes. Their expressions varied. Some were disdainful, others amused, some expectant, and others displeased. After responding to the old cultivator, Su Ling shifted his gaze to the heaven-splitting axe, his eyes full of passion. He reached out directly and grasped the axe handle. Heavy. This was Su Ling's first impression. At 16, he had already reached the core formation realm. Among the new disciples of the Supreme Sect, his talent was considered outstanding, especially since he was not born into a cultivation family. Although the heaven-splitting axe was very heavy, Su Ling felt a mysterious power in the dark assisting him in lifting the axe. The sense of weight was rapidly diminishing. Indeed, the heaven-splitting axe has been inherited for so many years without anyone succeeding. It clearly tests not cultivation level but fuyuan. Su Ling always believed he had deep fuyuan. When he was young, a calamity struck his entire village, yet he survived. He always felt grateful to the heavens, carrying a thankful heart from a young age. He had a fervent spirit, always ready to help those in need, earning a reputation for chivalry while young. It was this chivalry that drew the attention of the Supreme Sect's cultivators. After an entry test, he turned out to have extraordinary talent. He felt his good fortune and talent had special significance, with a grand mission awaiting him. Gaining the heaven-splitting axe's inheritance would assist him in completing this great mission. If there is celestial mandate in the mystery, let it help me lift it. Su Ling looked down at the heaven-splitting axe, shouting in his heart. He exerted his strength, moving his left foot sideways, his form full of power. He did not stop, his eyes resolute. The heaven-splitting axe started to shake. Although the movement was slight, it caused the hundreds of cultivators at the heaven-repairing platform to open their eyes, all turning their heads to look at him. The heaven-splitting axe trembled more violently, prompting the cultivators to stand up one after another. How is it possible? Could he truly be the legendary celestial mandate person? See Tich Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He's only at the core formation realm. How can he budge the heaven-splitting axe? I've heard from my ancestor that even the legendary divine thought true immortal couldn't lift the heaven-splitting axe. Perhaps it's not cultivation level being tested after all. For someone so young to reach core formation is already first-rate talent. If his cultivation years are only a few, it is unfathomable. Maybe that's why the heaven-splitting axe chooses him. The cultivators began to excitedly discuss. If this youth truly obtains the inheritance of the heaven-splitting axe, the Supreme Sect would soar to new heights. To them, the supporting Dao sword venerable seemed too distant, but the heaven-splitting axe was real. Su Ling was not thinking about that much. He concentrated all his attention on the heaven-splitting axe, putting in all his effort, but he still couldn't lift it completely. Just a little bit more. Su Ling thought through gritted teeth. In merely a few dozen breaths, he had exhausted all his qi power. But he didn't want to give up. The ensuing time felt endlessly long and agonizing for Su Ling, but he refused to quit. Finally, the heaven-splitting axe began to rise, causing the hundreds of cultivators watching to hold their breath, not daring to exhale. Su Ling hadn't noticed this scene. He only wanted to persevere. As the heaven-splitting axe continued to ascend, strands of spiritual energy rose from the earth's crevices, increasingly forming surging winds, blowing Su Ling's black clothes. Boom! Su Ling only felt a white light erupt from beneath the heaven-splitting axe, rushing fiercely toward him, turning his vision completely white, his consciousness following into a daze. It felt as if he had a brief dream, quickly awakening. He found himself standing on a mountainous terrain, surrounded by rolling green hills, with a broad view that made him feel relaxed, clearing away his inner confusion. "Kid catch!" A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, immediately followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. His pupils shrank abruptly, and he turned instinctively, raising a hand to catch. The heaven-splitting axe landed in his hand, pressing him backward with its immense power as his boots kicked up twin trails of dust. With this catch, Su Ling was completely awake, as if returning to the real world. Once he steadied himself, his right hand was still trembling, almost dropping the axe. He looked up, seeing a figure standing on the peak of a mountain in front. The figure leapt, like a bird taking flight, swiftly landing before him. What a handsome man! Since arriving at the Supreme Sect, Su Ling had seen many immortal masters, yet this was his first time seeing a man as handsome and full of immortal aura as Guan, 4,200 million years, finally waiting for someone fated. Guan looked at Su Ling, laughed, and said. Su Ling cautiously asked, "Who are you? Where am I?" Having just embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, he understood little, unable to distinguish reality from the illusion realm. Guan's mention of 4,200 million years directly stunned him, making him lose his usual judgment. Guan smiled and said, Who I am doesn't matter, what matters is that you have passed the test of the heaven-splitting axe. Now, I will teach you the secret skill hidden within it. Are you ready? Once you learn it, you can return. This is not a dream. This is your opportunity. Su Ling calmed down. He gripped the heaven-splitting axe and lifted it slightly, saying, I'm ready. Guwen raised his right hand, forming an axe, then began teaching Su Ling the heaven-splitting divine axe, move by move. The heaven-splitting divine axe is divided into 9 forms: life-breaking, demon-breaking, ghost-breaking, mountain-breaking, broken sea, breaking technique, immortal-breaking, god-breaking, heaven-splitting. This axe technique was once the supreme inheritance of the Tai Tsong continent, capable of sweeping the world. With high comprehension and Guwen's Dao intent, Su Ling quickly memorized the 9 forms of the heaven-splitting divine axe. After roughly learning it, Su Ling's expression showed hesitance. He occasionally glanced at the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, then at Guwen, wanting to say something but stopping. Guwen asked with a smile, Are you disappointed? Su Ling nodded and said, It seems the power is not much different from the swordsmanship my master taught me. Indeed, I have modified it. Do you wish to learn the new heaven-splitting divine axe? Guwen looked at Su Ling, his smile unchanged, warm like a spring breeze. Su Ling quickly replied, Of course I want to. This is the Supreme Sect's ancient inheritance. If it's not more powerful than my master's swordsmanship, it would be embarrassing, not just for me but for the whole Supreme Sect. He had already thought it through. Guwen must either be the artifact spirit of the heaven-splitting axe or the legendary supporting Dao sword venerable. Either way, there must be a deep connection with the Supreme Sect. Guwen nodded with a smile, then raised a hand pointing towards Su Ling. Su Ling's eyes widened, his whole body frozen in place, as images of a figure wielding an axe appeared in his eyes. Guwen watched him, murmuring to himself, choosing him might also be a good choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:13. Where is the sword venerable? Su Ling was shrouded by Guwen's Dao intent, and the new memory of the heaven-splitting divine axe surged into his mind. He dreamed again, and this dream lasted a long time. In the dream, he continuously cultivated the heaven-splitting divine axe, a process long and tedious, yet he had no time to think of other matters. When he finally finished this long cultivation, and his consciousness cleared, he opened his eyes, no longer seeing that illusion realm nor Guwen. He returned to the heaven-repairing platform, surrounded by great cultivators of the Supreme Sect. Even his master had arrived. Seeing Su Ling open his eyes, the great cultivators around him began to ask questions. Disciple, how are you? Did you receive the legacy? What did you comprehend just now? What did you see? Did you meet the supporting Dao sword venerable? Speak quickly, you're killing me with suspense. The great cultivators babbled questions, making Su Ling somewhat dazed, which only made them more anxious. Su Ling came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, I received a legacy named the heaven-splitting divine axe, taught by a man in white clothes. He looked very young, very handsome. He merely pointed at me, and I learned the heaven-splitting divine axe. With these words, the heaven-repairing platform exploded in commotion. An elderly elder exclaimed excitedly, Young and handsome, isn't that the legendary supporting Dao sword venerable? It is said, he is immortal and amiable. Other great cultivators joined in agreement, showing more excitement than Su Ling himself. Watching the surrounding people's ecstatic expressions, Su Ling felt confused. Even his usually stern master gazed at him intensely. Sar the Novelier. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. At this moment, he finally realized how exalted the status of the supporting Dao sword venerable was. He recalled Guwen's appearance, his heart filled with boundless curiosity. Was that person really the supporting Dao sword venerable? What level of cultivation did he possess? Where could he be now? In the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guwen was in a good mood while fishing, having fulfilled his wish by passing on the legacy of the heaven-splitting axe. There was no test or fuyuan. Choosing Su Ling was inevitable because he could see Su Ling's entire future, confirming that Su Ling would bring prosperity to the supreme sect and to the world. Not only that, Su Ling upheld righteousness, leading other cultivators to act justly. Currently, Gu Wen was contemplating another matter. It involved reincarnating his previously deceased disciple into Su Ling's descendant, hoping they would follow the righteous path under Su Ling's guidance. This was also to fulfill another disciple's obsession. Gu Wen gazed at the lake surface, recalling over 40 million years ago when he led disciples like Tang Yu, Su Han, Zhen Qin, Yan Mei, Yang Min, Yi Yan, and others in cultivation. Times have changed. Most of those disciples have since embarked on reincarnation. Gu Wen didn't wish to pursue every disciple. He felt regret toward Su Han. Su Han indeed strayed, but his life was too bitter, and at that time, Gu Wen wasn't able to fully guide him. Currently, even with blood vendettas, the Wuxia disciples wouldn't be pursued by an imperial dynasty or need to seek immortal fate alone. Of course, most importantly, Zhen Qin still thought of him. Though Zhen Qin didn't enter the beginningless cultivation, with Gu N's subtle help, she had grown and stood out, becoming the founding ancestor of a sect with impressive status. Even though she has achieved fame and success, her personality turned reclusive. Giving Su Han a chance also helped her. For the current Gu Wen, such matters aren't troublesome but interesting while aiding a beloved disciple. This is the mindset shift after becoming powerful. Previously cautious, now nothing in the celestial spirit great world affects him. Not just the celestial spirit great world, he can handle anything in the 3,000 great worlds. Whether to act or not is solely up to him. Gu Wen is increasingly less restrained, enjoying this process. In the unseen, the ineffable Tao heart realms seem to guide him. He can now confirm. To become a saint requires transcending that Tao heart realm. Even facing the celestial emperor, he felt confident. Thus he's in no hurry, enjoying life while understanding the so-called saint realm. Slowly comprehending if it doesn't work, then risking life. Things Gu Wen couldn't achieve in cultivation over the years were made possible by risking life, which doesn't negate his efforts as those experiences and insights were objectively existent. As Gu Wen reminisced on the past, a figure approached. It was Zhuang Xian. Over the years, Zhuang Xian had become steadier and carried an extraordinary aura. He came behind Gu Wen and bowed respectfully, saying, "Ancestor, I have mastered the supreme Tao mixed yuan plate. Would you care to examine?" Gu Wen responded casually, "I don't need to look with my eyes to know your Tao practice. You indeed mastered it, though far from perfection." Zhuang Xian remarked, "The supreme Tao mixed yuan plate is indeed profound, with endless creation. From now on I will prioritize it. Apart from my main cultivation technique, I want cultivate others." Gu Wen said nothing more. Zhuang Xian's eyes shifted, saying, "Ancestor, I wish to venture out again because I received your true teachings. Ancestor An's expectations are higher, viewing me differently from other disciples. The secret skill I now possess might harm the world. Whether I can venture out requires your approval." Gu Wen remained silent, leaving Zhuang Xian anxious. Not daring to say more, he stood quietly behind Gu Wen, waiting patiently. Even if rejected, he accepted it. After a long while, Gu Wen spoke leisurely, "This world isn't as simple as you think. The higher your cultivation level, the greater the calamities you face." Zhuang Xian hurriedly said, "I know, but compared to my personal achievements, I care more about how much I can accomplish. If that's the case, then go." "Thank you, Ancestor. I promise not to shame the beginningless nor cause trouble for it or you," Zhuang Xian said excitedly, to which Gu Wen only smiled without replying. Each period, Wuxia disciples venture out, but only Zhuang Xian warranted Gu N's personal attention. Zhuang Xian and Su Ling both are rare good people in Gu N's eyes. Zhuang Xian is straightforward and just, while Su Ling is kind-hearted, yet gentle and carefree. Though both walk the righteous Tao, their paths differ. Gu Wen looked forward to which roads their lives would take. Afterward, Zhuang Xian took his leave. Gu Wen continued fishing, only standing up to collect his rod when dusk fell. The setting sun elongated his shadow. While enjoying leisure, his other disciple faced a fated ordeal. The disciple was Tian Hao, the reincarnation of an Hao. Tian Hao, cultivating in the misty immortal court, had reached a cultivation level to stand alone. He began his adventures in the great Dao domain, traveling within the heavenly Dao beyond the 3,000 great worlds. On this day, he encountered a grand scheme targeting him and the celestial court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:14. Tian Hao's will. The thunderclouds tumbled, and crimson lightning intertwined and flickered. On the earth stood several towering peaks, devoid of vitality and greenery. A light star walked upon the land. Upon closer inspection, it was a divine warrior clad in silver armor, wielding a divine spear, with 9 golden pearls floating behind his head. Flames swirled around the pearls, resembling true dragons, constantly surging, emitting dazzling light, like a war god advancing, dispelling darkness with each step. It was Tian Hao. Now, his cultivation level had reached the innate golden immortal realm. Even though he had not yet joined the immortal class, he could nurture celestial Dao destiny because he was an innate immortal god, born an immortal god. His face was cold, his eyes sharp, filled with an oppressive aura, as if he could see through all the disguises of evil in the world. Following his gaze, 1,000,000 miles ahead, a stone staircase lay across a giant mountain, like a long stairway to heaven. Looking upward at the top of the staircase, halfway up the mountain, stood a mysterious figure in a black robe. This mysterious person wore a bamboo hat, and black mist surged on his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. For a long time, Tian Hao stopped at the foot of the giant mountain, looked up, and asked the black-robed person above, "I'm here. Now, you should tell me who you are and on what grounds you claim to have the confidence to overthrow the celestial court?" Tian Hao not only recovered An Hao's memories but was also gradually restoring Emperor Xuanqing's memories. His divinity was growing stronger. The black-robed person gazed down at him and said, "I am the Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, from the dark heavenly court. I shall be the vanguard in attacking the celestial court. Once I commence the war, the dark heavenly court will invade en masse. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Tian Hao was not surprised. Instead, he sneered dismissively and asked, "What? You think I might betray the heavenly Dao for revenge against the celestial court, for revenge against my father? The dark heavenly court originally came from the heavenly Dao. We were only defeated and expelled. When we return, we will still serve the heavenly Dao." Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's tone was utterly calm, devoid of any emotion. Tian Hao remained unfazed and said, "You cannot win. As long as he exists, nothing in the celestial court can be shaken. He is indeed strong, even invincible. With the strength of the dark heavenly court alone, it would indeed be impossible to overthrow the celestial court. But the dark heavenly court is never lacking in patience or determination. If you join us, we will grant you the legacy of the celestial emperor, a legacy your father once received. Only by acquiring this legacy will you have hope of rivaling him." Emperor Bone Profound Venerable's words finally made Tian Hao's expression change. Tian Hao fell into silence, and Emperor Bone Profound Venerable did not pursue him further, waiting quietly. After a while, Tian Hao looked up at Emperor Bone Profound Venerable and said, "I can trust you, but before that I want to fight you, to see how powerful the legendary strength surpassing the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal truly is." Emperor Bone Profound Venerable gazed down at him, saying nothing, but suddenly released a terrifying aura. Boom! In an instant, billions of towering mountains crumbled into ashes. Tian Hao's robe wildly billowed, the silver armor quirked, producing a clanging sound, and his eyes turned icy, filled with a fighting spirit. He knew he couldn't possibly be a match for his opponent, yet he still wanted to try. He wanted to know how terrifying the dark heavenly court truly was, so he could understand the kind of foes his father faced. Tian Hao leaped towards Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. Just then, Tian Hao's pupils suddenly dilated, and in his vision, the heavens and the earth trembled as if an immense invisible heart was pounding, and behind Emperor Bone Profound Venerable appeared a terrifying phantom, stretching towards him with bared fangs and claws. What is that? Just as the question formed in Tianhao's mind, he fell into a state of chaos. When Guan returned to the room, Tianhao had already been annihilated by Emperor Bone Profound Venerable. He did not immediately take action. After restoring Emperor Xuanqing's memories, Tianhao was clearly fixated, unwilling to stop before hitting the south wall. Better to let him venture into the dark heavenly court, whether it brings fortune or calamity. That decision lies with him and the Celestial Emperor. While observing Tianhao, Guan had a sense that perhaps the Celestial Emperor was already aware of his existence. But for some unknown reason, the Celestial Emperor did not pursue him and remained in his celestial palace, lost in reincarnation. The real Celestial Emperor was more incomprehensible than the reincarnation body Taihao. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Whatever the case, Guan no longer feared the Celestial Emperor. Even if discovered by the Celestial Emperor, he wouldn't worry. What he desires now is to surpass the Celestial Emperor and reach the legendary Saint Realm. It is worth noting that Guan's avatar and Hongyazi were still in the profound abyss divine pool. They learned more and more of the ancient heavenly court and the secrets of saints and encountered numerous opportunities, steadily growing stronger. The profound abyss divine pool contained many crises that could have killed Hongyazi, but Guan discreetly erased them. Therefore, to Hongyazi, the only problem was his inability to escape. Guan sat down at the desk inside the room, picked up a book from the table, and began to savor it. This was written by the contemporary book sage, Profound Celestial Intent, who infused Tao intent into it, making every word rich in imagery, so that when one's divine sense delved into it, it felt like watching a movie. With such creations, Profound Celestial Intent had become deified, holding a lofty position in the celestial spirit great world. Of course, his status was largely due to his extraordinary friendship with ancestor Master Wuxia. The moon sets, the sun rises. Guan pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Already, it was 1,000,000 years later. Basking in the bright sun, he stretched lazily. What's new in the world recently? Guan saw Shangguan Xian'er sitting beside Shenzhen and inquired. Shangguan Xian'er turned to him and said, "There are quite a few things, but one matter concerns us. A disciple named Zhuang Xian of the 8th generation killed the child of an alliance hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, and now it's causing an uproar. The eldest senior brother has already sent someone to handle it." And what else? Guan wasn't concerned about Zhuang Xian's affair, because he had witnessed the incident where the alliance hierarch's child used the blood of cultivators of a city as a sacrificial offering for a magical treasure, committing an atrocity worthy of death. However, this person had extraordinary background connections, involving too many people. Shangguan Xian'er tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "There's another thing you might be interested in. An ascender has come to this part of the human world, allegedly a son of heaven reincarnated, destined to undergo 120,000 cycles of reincarnation trials before returning to the celestial court. In each life, he must become the master of the human world, which means he is to become the master of the great world of celestial spirit." Guan became intrigued and said, "Go on." Shangguan Xian'er immediately stood up, eager to share. It is said that this son of heaven reincarnate has already entered Qinchuan sword sect, and his comprehension of the sword Tao has already connected to the river of sword Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:15 Celestial Mandate, Farewell Son of Heaven Jie Yen has finally arrived. See Tich Novel _fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan listened to Shangguan Xian'er recount the deeds of that ascender, while his eyes were also probing the future of Son of Heaven Jie Yen. After Son of Heaven Jie Yen ascended, he displayed a vast celestial Tao destiny, making many instantly believe he was the reincarnation of the Son of Heaven. For the sake of immortal fate, many supported him, allowing him to quickly gather a major force. To become the master of the great world, he would inevitably oppose the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance does not have an absolute ruler. There are many alliance hierarchs, and any major event must be discussed. They would never let Son of Heaven Jie Yen tread upon them. Various sects were watching to see how the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance would handle Son of Heaven Jie Yen. Shangguan Xian'er again mentioned the great battle between Son of Heaven Jie Yen and a prodigy from the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. That battle attracted worldwide attention. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance had rankings for disciples of every great realm, and Son of Heaven Jie Yen challenged the top prodigy of the same realm from the Heavenly Spirit. With an absolutely powerful stance, he won, making people even more convinced he's the reincarnation of the Son of Heaven. Since ancient times, there have always been ascenders, but no matter how strong those from the lower realm are, their Daoist techniques always fall short compared to cultivators of the celestial spirit great world. Ascenders can stir up waves, but can never surpass the prodigies of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance possesses the best resources of the celestial spirit great world, especially those who make a name as a prodigy, whose resources are far beyond those an ascender can compare to. Ancestor, can't you foresee the future? Do you think that Son of Heaven can shake the rule of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance? Shangguan Xian'er asked excitedly. She bore no animosity toward the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. She was simply eagerly anticipating a drastic change in the world structure. Before the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, there were 9 major sects. Earlier there was the Tao Court, and even earlier was the Holy Court. The Master of Heaven and Earth has always been replaced. Guan smiled and said, "Anything is possible." These words only piqued Shangguan Xian'er's curiosity further, and she couldn't stop chatting away, with Shenzhen occasionally chiming in. Guan chatted with them for an hour before leaving. Today, he had an important affair. He was to meet an old friend from the Immortal Cultivation realm, who was holding a feast for his million-year birthday. A million years, in today's world, is nothing significant, but in a single continent, it would absolutely count as being akin to an ancestor's existence. Guan wished to go simply to see this old friend off for the last time. Everyone has their ultimate limit of lifespan, commonly known as celestial mandate. Even though this old friend has reached a high realm and seems robust, in reality he's nearing his life's limit. Guan had no intention of altering his fate. After all, they were merely drinking buddies with shallow ties. He was just going for the spectacle. After Guan left, Shangguan Xian'er sat back beside Shenzhen, and the two began discussing writing again. The book sage inspired writers all over the world, imbuing Tao intent into the text to create more meaningful writings. Under the dark celestial vault, the earth stretched infinitely. Guan and Hongya passed through a stone gate, standing alone on the earth, devoid of any other constructions within a 1,000-mile radius. Hongya suddenly stopped, turned to look at the stone gate behind him, and with a dazed expression he couldn't help but ask, "Have we already escaped from the predicament?" The moment they stepped through the stone gate, he felt that something invisible had lifted, an eerie, abrupt sensation. As a heaven-opening Daoist immortal, instinct told him that he had already escaped the endless predicament from before. Guan halted, turned to face Hongya and said, "Fellow Daoist, this journey was quite exhilarating, but it took a bit too long. We should part ways." Hongya turned to look at Guan, his brows furrowing, asking, "Why part ways? Why choose this place?" After traversing many lands together for so many years, he never expected they'd part ways here. Moreover, over the years, he vaguely sensed that Guan was not simple. The two were of the same realm, yet many times he found himself unable to see through Guan, never having seen Guan in a wretched state. But he didn't understand. They had not yet left the profound abyss divine pool, only escaped a mysterious plight that had trapped them for many years, and now Guan was to part ways with him? Guan looked at Hongya, a smile on his face, and said, "Isn't there no such thing as a banquet that never ends?" Upon hearing this, Hongya couldn't help but sigh. Guan jumped, transformed into a rainbow light, and swiftly disappeared. Hongya watched Guan's departing figure for a long time. When he finally came back to himself and turned again toward the stone gate, the oppressive aura attacked him, causing him to shiver. He suddenly realized something. Without Guan's company, this journey would likely end in disaster. Gu and his avatar jumped out of the profound abyss divine pool and returned to his true self. He only recalled the avatar because he grew tired of it, not wanting to continue the antics with Hongyazi. Besides, after he left, Hongyazi would return to the misty immortal court to cultivate. In the future, the misty immortal court would become an important force for Tianhao. After obtaining the celestial emperor's inheritance from Emperor Bone Profound Venerable, Tianhao returned to the misty immortal court with greater ambition, and the misty immortal court would become his first stepping stone to help him soar. In the myriad heavens of the Tao, each had their own stories unfolding, and an endless web of cause and effect intertwined in ways beyond the comprehension of living beings, creating a giant net encompassing every world. In the blink of an eye, 20 million years passed. This day, in the mountain viewing pavilion, Guwen was playing chess with Nzizai. The game had just begun. Ancestor, that Su Ling is truly remarkable, having become the alliance hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, and the Supreme Sect has also risen completely. Do you feel gratified? Nzizai asked with a smile. The story of Guwen and the Supreme Sect he had long heard of, and Su Ling's legendary life couldn't be separated from the supporting Dao Sword Venerable's heaven-splitting axe inheritance. With Su Ling's heaven-splitting divine axe sweeping across the land, he became one of the most dazzling figures under the heavens. Of course, Nzizai knew that the supporting Dao Sword Venerable was indeed Guwen, hence he had long regarded Su Ling as an ally, purposefully bringing up Su Ling's recent achievements. Guwen laughed and said, "At my realm, no matter what you become, no matter how high you rise, it won't affect my mood." Nzizai, hearing the words you, thought indeed, Su Ling was also a Wuxia disciple. As Nzizai placed a piece, he followed with, "In today's world, there are indeed many notable figures. Unfortunately, whether it's Su Ling or Zhuang Xian, or those ancient prodigies of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, none can compare to Son of Heaven Jie Yen. This child is said to be on the cusp of reaching the innate golden immortal realm soon. It's unimaginable. Innate golden immortal is a realm countless great cultivators dream of, including all of them as Wuxia disciples. Yet, how difficult it is to become an innate golden immortal. So far, openly, only one person in the celestial spirit great world has achieved innate golden immortal status." Guwen placed his piece. The game had just started, with no signs of killing intent, and they played casually. Nzizai continued to ask, "Son of Heaven Jie Yen plans to visit Wuxia. Ancestor, he's definitely coming for you. Will you meet him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 8:16. The Future, I Will Not See Him. Guwen replied while placing a piece on the board. The cultivation level of Son of Heaven Ji Yen in this life was not enough to pique his interest. If his original cultivation level were restored, he might consider meeting him. It's not that Guwen uses cultivation level as a standard for meetings, but rather that after the reincarnation of Son of Heaven Ji Yen, his memories have not fully returned. Only when his cultivation is restored as before can he become his true self. Meeting the real Son of Heaven Ji Yen might not be bad. Perhaps he could trace back to uncover more about the cause and effect concerning the Celestial Emperor. But the current Son of Heaven Ji Yen has no value in Gu An's eyes. Nzizai, upon hearing this, asked no further questions. Since Guwen did not wish to see him, he had his own strategy to handle the situation. He then turned the conversation to Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian has now become a flagship figure of Wuxia, traveling the world, relieving suffering, and asking for nothing in return. His chivalry and reputation spread far and wide. Surely, his fame as great as Son of Heaven Ji Yen and Su Ling's is owed to his own divine skills. The Supreme Dao Mixed Yuan Plate was personally passed down by the Ancestor Master Wuxia, renowned across the world, sweeping through the same realm. This has led many Wuxia disciples to inquire about this divine skill within the beginningless, wanting to cultivate it, but alas, few within the beginningless know it. To cultivate it, one must first obtain the master's verbal consent. As they chatted, Nzizai found himself unable to continue because he felt pressure in the game. Though he knew he couldn't surpass his ancestor in skill, he still harbored expectations each time, hoping to amaze the ancestor. Thus, the mountain viewing pavilion fell into silence. A stick of incense later, and Zizai left, lost in thought. Guwen stood up and turned to look at the great waterfall beside him. Within his pupils reflected a silhouette. Search * the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was a young boy. Indeed, Su Han's reincarnation, just 10 years old, the grandson of Su Ling. Guwen originally intended for Su Han to be Su Ling's son, but Su Ling didn't marry until he grew strong, and after marriage, he wandered the world. He didn't wish for Su Han to grow up without a father's companionship, so he waited. Now Su Ling has become the alliance hierarch of the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance, with the Su family rooted there, allowing Su Han to grow up steadily. Back then, after Su Han transferred his cultivation using the destiny-defying divine skill to Zhen Qin, his body was preserved by Guwen. Once Guwen's cultivation grew powerful, finding his soul wasn't difficult. Even if it had scattered, Guwen could cross over to retrieve it. Unless all his causes and effects were erased, to achieve that, one must first cultivate the Daoyuo Dao fruit. Guwen watched as Su Han of this life was practicing swordsmanship, reminiscent of the years when Su Han cultivated the heaven-hating divine sword passed down from his father. He silently guided the cause and effect, leading Zhen Qin, who happened to be wandering within the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance, towards the Su mansion, creating a chance for them to meet. In this lifetime, Zhen Qin would become a guide on Su Han's cultivation path. She would see in Su Han a resemblance to her senior brother and gradually release her obsessions by mentoring Su Han. The reason for not directly telling her the truth is that Guwen predicted that if he did so, Zhen Qin would spare no effort in indulging and cultivating Su Han, causing him to stray again. What Zhen Qin needed to do was forgive herself and let go of the past. Su Han needed to start a whole new life. They could intersect, but not overlap. Once Zhen Qin truly moved on, Guwen would reveal Su Han's true identity, or let Su Han regain memories of his past life. Letting things run their course would be the best outcome for both. Guwen turned his gaze towards the future, a very distant future. With more and more Wuxia disciples becoming stronger, it would eventually be difficult to maintain the current low profile. Whether turning towards good or evil, they could no longer stay low-key. He even foresaw many calamities for the Wuxia, including internal chaos and external threats. It was impossible for every Wuxia disciple to be a good person. Inevitably, one will become an evil person, and internal unity will eventually falter. Flourishing to the extreme must decline. This is an eternal truth, just like the heavens and earth, overly prosperous, will also usher in the cataclysm of all beings fighting. One day, Wuxia disciples will venture out independently, and Guwen will only keep a few to accompany him. That is a future far distant, and even though Guwen has glimpsed it, he remains neither sad nor indignant. He is at peace because he can already see through the destiny of all things. He's just considering that everything in the world seems ever-changing, yet in reality, there is a shared order that persists. Becoming a saint, does it mean breaking free from this order? No, it should be more powerful than breaking free. To set the order, to create the rules. Guwen had an insight, but this level of insight was far from being a saint. He suddenly thought of the lifespan inheriting function he activated, which could allow him to lecture at an already obliterated enlightenment seeker dojo. Since ancient times, many cultivators must have sought the saint realm, otherwise, the legend of becoming a saint would not have been left behind. However, accessing such dojos is difficult. He cannot control it. He can only decide how much lifespan to invest. When his lifespan increases, he might invest 1 trillion years to test the waters. Guwen retracted his gaze and walked out of the pavilion. Above the vast, magnificent sea of clouds, 2 figures strode on golden light, racing forward. They were Zhang Buku and Suyu. Zhang Buku looked around curiously and asked, "Is this the legendary celestial extreme 9 heavens? The spiritual energy is indeed abundant, but why does it seem lifeless?" Suyu flew alongside him, smiling. Hidden beneath the sea of clouds are many divine beasts. Should they leap out, they would certainly startle you. Zhang Buku looked at him and asked, "How are you so familiar with the celestial extreme 9 heavens? What connection do you have with this place?" "My master cultivates in this realm," Suyu replied, and a slight change crossed his gaze. Zhang Buku remained silent. When Xianyuan Human Venerable was about to fall, Suyu had led him away from the celestial calming god's celestial army, taking them to meet an immortal monarch, thus escaping the causes and effects of the contest for the title of Son of Heaven, which greatly astounded him. Although Xianyuan Human Venerable ultimately turned the tide, he too, through that immortal monarch, found a more promising path to ascend to immortality. After cultivating in the immortal monarch's palace for a long time, Suyu brought Zhang Buku to the celestial extreme 9 heavens. "You've always been curious about my background, now I can tell you." Suyu looked ahead, speaking calmly, causing Zhang Buku to gaze towards him. "I was also once a son of heaven, yet through reincarnation, I shed my status as son of heaven and became a mortal spirit." Suyu's words shocked Zhang Buku, but he quickly accepted it. Suyu knew so much about the celestial court, there must be a connection, and his status was higher than a celestial god. As the son of heaven, it made sense. "Unlike the great immortal divine Yuan and Xianyuan Human Venerable, I never received my father's favor. Perhaps he never even remembered me. Even when I violated the celestial rules, he did not personally question me. Although it seemed I had left the celestial court and gained freedom, in truth, the celestial court simply didn't care about me." Suyu spoke with a self-mocking tone, his eyes full of desolation. Zhang Buku remained silent. He could not empathize with such feelings because his father loved him dearly, albeit he left him early on, yet in his heart, paternal love was the greatest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:17, Great Calamity. Since you have already shed the identity of the Son of Heaven, why are you coming back now? Zhang Buku remained silent for a moment before speaking, looking at Suyu. The two had fought side by side for tens of millions of years and were like brothers, so he would not change their relationship because of Suyu's different identity. In fact, over the years, he often speculated about Suyu's identity and was already mentally prepared. Suyu, in an annoying tone, said, "Isn't it because I met you? I originally wanted to lead a carefree life, but since knowing you, it's been nothing but trouble." Zhang Buku smiled upon hearing this and said, "Then you can leave now, I won't stop you. Forget it, with your disposition, you'd have died 8 million times without me. Have I never saved you? Just to mention one thing, before joining the Celestial Army, when you tried to seize the heaven and earth ultimate treasure, you were ready to perish with your opponent, and it was only with my secret technique that we broke through the siege. This is a separate matter." The two began to bicker, with Suyu's mood lifting, returning to his usual carefree state. The two bickered all the way as they moved forward. Ahead, a radiant aurora appeared, and at the end of the aurora was a colossal palace. On the palace eaves crouched a majestic great blue bird, its majestic beauty causing space to seem distorted with its fluttering feathers. Zhang Buku's gaze fell on the plaque of that palace. See Tich Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. 9 Heavens Immortal Palace. Upon hearing Zhang Buku's whisper, Suyu explained, "Residing in the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace is a heaven-opening Daoist immortal known as the 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor. She is considered my junior sister, and we have a good relationship. Let's go to her palace to cultivate for some time to enhance your physical body." 9 Heavens Immortal Emperor. Zhang Buku recalled hearing within the Celestial Army that anyone who could claim the title of Immortal Emperor in the Celestial Court held a high status, at least not comparable to a celestial god. He began to look forward to the upcoming years of cultivation. After experiencing the battle for the title of Son of Heaven, Zhang Buku's ambitions grew. He wanted to become an immortal god more powerful than the Son of Heaven. He wanted to become a player rather than a pawn. The two hastened their pace, flying towards the 9 Heavens Immortal Palace. The passage of time was swift, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. For mortals, 100 years is long, but for cultivators after nirvana, a century is not much different from a month. On this day, Guwen was instructing Xianxia on the cultivation of the fourth strike of the myriad supreme palm. The two were standing on a cliff, amidst beautiful scenery, yet every strike Xianxia delivered could not damage the surroundings. Because they were within a barrier created by Guwen, allowing Xianxia to freely practice the myriad supreme palm. Despite Xianxia being busy managing Wuxia, his cultivation had not lacked. He was now at the cultivation level of a heaven-encompassing free immortal, and with the myriad supreme palm, even some second-generation disciples were no match for him. Guwen, seeing Xianxia gradually enter the perfect state, turned his head to look at the horizon. It has begun. Guwen thought silently, referring to a war unseen by mortal spirits. The dark heavenly court was about to attack the celestial court, with Emperor Bone Profound Venerable as the vanguard. They had already opened a space-time passage, and the heaven-suppressing endless tower would appear before the celestial gate. This war would last many years, with Emperor Bone Profound Venerable merely testing the current strength of the celestial court. Unfortunately, by the end of the battle, he could not force out the celestial emperor, but it did make a heavenly Dao Venerable, who had been in seclusion for countless years, renowned in the celestial court. Even within the celestial court, the title of Heavenly Dao Venerable was rarely mentioned, partly due to taboo, and partly due to the distance from most immortal gods. For Guwen, this was a mere amusement, something to watch at leisure. Xianxia continuously practiced, each palm strike straight forward, the technique relying on harnessing energy. While cultivating, he asked, "Ancestor, many disciples want to ascend to immortality lately. Didn't you once help Uncle Yang Jian to ascend? Do you still have any immortal fate on hand? Do you support the disciples in ascending?" Guwen never had many requirements for his disciples. Outside of cultivation, disciples would contemplate their future, even if they left Wuxia. Guwen wouldn't stop them. Not everyone would stay at Wuxia forever. They might leave through the 10,000 Realms gate or go to the human world to establish their own sections. You are responsible for observing and selecting a disciple who wants to ascend to immortality and is eligible. Guwen casually replied, yet his words excited Xianxia. Indeed, Xianyuan Human Venerable had granted Ancestor a quota for ascension. He didn't want to ascend, but the fact that Wuxia had an opportunity for ascension was a glory. In his early years, he had also ventured out, witnessed Ancestor in action, and long decided to follow Ancestor in cultivation to the end. Moreover, he was not deprived of freedom. If bored, he could visit the human world for leisure. He had found Ancestor's approach to life rewarding and genuinely enjoyable. To have a powerful cultivation without deliberately flaunting it, to sit back and watch the tides rise and fall, was another form of enjoyment. Listening to Xianxia's thoughts, Guwen's lips slightly curled upward. Xianxia, like an Exan, had thoroughly become a true cultivator like him, which was great. Though Wuxia had many disciples, those who genuinely walked alongside Guwen were few. The two chatted sporadically, Xianxia thoroughly enjoying his current state, as Guwen was whom he admired most. Whether cultivating or conversing with Ancestor, he liked both, and having them together was a rare occasion in thousands of years. Xianxia brought up the future of Wuxia, with disciples increasing yearly. Despite limiting the number of students, with each generation passing training to the next, it would inevitably become a colossal entity, and he feared managing Wuxia poorly in the future. "Have you heard the story between me and the Supreme Sect?" Guwen suddenly asked, and Xianxia immediately grasped the deeper meaning. He could abandon the Supreme Sect or Wuxia. Xianxia immediately grew anxious and quickly said, "Ancestor, wherever you go, you must take me and my master. We have no desires or ambitions, only wishing to seek the Tao with you." "Don't worry, I will take you. I merely want to reduce your pressure. You've done excellently, even surpassing your master back then." Guwen glanced at him, smiling, relieving Xianxia's burden. Looking at his expression, Guwen suddenly thought of An Hao. Xianxia was quite like An Hao, who did not wish to soar away. He glimpsed into Xianxia's future, very long, so much so that there was no end in sight. This meant Nzazai's heart wouldn't change, and he would truly follow Guan forever. As long as he remained by Guan's side, Guan could naturally ensure he would always live on, and his Dao practice wouldn't meet limits. Guan looked at Nzazai with an increasingly gentle gaze. This kid was worthy of his favor. All right, don't overthink. Focus on practicing the myriad supreme palm. If one day a Wuxia disciple misbehaves, you'll need to clean up the mess. Don't be surpassed by the younger generation. Guan urged. And Nzazai chuckled, saying, "How could the younger generation possibly surpass me? Don't be so sure. Someday a great calamity will arise in Wuxia." Guan's words wiped the smile off Nzazai's face, furrowing his brows as numerous faces flashed through his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:18. Eternal Divine Power Great Calamity. Ever since the ancestor spoke to Nzazai began scrutinizing the disciples with a discerning look. He realized that his past attention on the Wuxia disciples was too little. Although the ancestor said that it was impossible for all disciples of Wuxia to be good, he refused to believe in evil. He conscientiously screened them, not willing to believe that there truly were fish slipping through the net into Wuxia. If any disciple strayed onto the wrong path, he could rectify it in time. Constantly following the ancestor in cultivation was his goal, but if he could keep the ancestor at Wuxia, that would be better for him, for he held deep feelings for the Daoist field of the beginningless. After all, Wuxi's current foundation was due to the efforts he exerted with much heart and energy. In the ensuing days, more and more disciples noticed Nzazai becoming stricter, even setting many hurdles for accepting disciples, causing them to privately speculate on what had affected him. The news also reached the ears of the second-generation disciples. Towards them, Nzazai did not mention the words of the ancestor, but he did not conceal the matter from the elders. Upon hearing that a great calamity would appear in Wuxia later, the second-generation disciples became solemn because they knew Guan would not speak carelessly. Guan's eyes could see the future, prompting them to heighten their attention towards their lineage's pupils. No one hoped for such a calamity to arise from within their own ranks. In the absence of knowledge across all heavens and myriad realms, the celestial court fell into a great battle. Dressed in a golden-patterned white robe, Li Xuanmiao grasped a divine weapon, soared through the clouds, surrounded by figures of immortal gods. Following their gaze, the edge of the celestial vault was an expanse of extreme darkness, resembling the maw of an abyss, ready to devour the celestial court. Endless evil demons rushed forth from it, battling the immortal gods. The battlefield was vast and boundless. Numerous meteors swept across, attacking the battlefield above the sea of clouds, with various Dharma aspects emerging one after another, and gigantic magical treasures stirred the storm winds of the battlefield. From afar, Li Xuanmiao recalled the formidable evil demon he encountered when rescuing Liya, its aura equally wicked. It seemed during the dispute of the sons of heaven, the dark heavenly court had already begun its invasion. Li Xuanmiao furrowed his brows tightly. He could feel a powerful aura in that darkness unparalleled. Never had he sensed such oppressive momentum, so formidable that it roused his concern for the safety of the celestial court. He had yet to climb to a high position or change the hearts of the immortal gods. Would the celestial court collapse prematurely? Coming from the mortal world, he would never believe the celestial court was eternally indestructible, for he had witnessed too many ruling forces fall. In his view, no matter how the immortal gods embellished it, the celestial court was merely a more powerful force than the holy court. He took a deep breath, set aside distractions, and plunged into the battle ahead. During his flight, he distinctly felt himself passing through an invisible barrier. The battlefield ahead suddenly expanded, deafening rumblings echoed from all directions. Boom! A terrifying gigantic fist materialized beside him. His pupils contracted, instinctively raising his divine weapon to block, yet he was still struck flying. During his backward flight, he gritted his teeth and noticed black holes appearing across the battlefield, the giant fist emerging from one such black hole, finishing its strike before retreating back, causing the black hole to vanish. Crimson lines swiftly appeared on his forehead, his aura surged as he gripped his divine weapon. Twisting his waist, he swung and smashed, vast chi flames wreathed the gun's body, colliding just against another giant fist. Terrifying chi force vibrated the void, and a meteor 100 miles away was directly crushed into powder. Li Xuanmiao was engulfed in the battle, yet his aura and situation amid the entire battlefield were not conspicuous. Meanwhile, Gu Wen lounged in the courtyard, snacking on seeds as he watched events unfold, cradling a book in his hand, feigning reading. Shen Zhen approached, commenting, "You're reading Green Hero Travelogue again. How many times must you read it?" Gu Wen casually replied, "This is the 4th volume of the original, Long Time No See, rereading brings new insights." Ia the Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shen Zhen pondered, refraining from further inquiries. She stood beside Gu Wen for a while before turning to leave the courtyard. In recent years, she no longer sat idly in front of the artifact refining cauldron, often venturing out, yet her range of activities was still within the Daoist field of the beginningless. The artifact refining cauldron was extinguished, foretelling that Gu Wen would not refine new Dao treasures. Gu Wen sat in the courtyard, watching for an hour, before setting down the seed tray, then tucked the Green Hero Travelogue into his bosom. He stood up and stepped forth from the Daoist field of the beginningless to reach the depths of the hidden spirit palace. Deep sea dragon carp established a dragon palace in the ocean, returning sporadically, with its clone managing the medicine garden here. He began harvesting mature medicinal herbs, with plans to conduct a lifespan projection later. At dusk, on a gorge overlooking the world, 2 cliffs stood no more than 10 yards apart, with a figure upon each. One was notably Zhuang Xian from the beginningless. Zhuang Xian wore a black shirt and white clothes, topped with a Daoist hat, exuding otherworldly charm, the sword box on his back lending an aura of chivalry. He furrowed his brows, gazing at the purple-robed man opposite, sternly stating, "Brother Lin, cease persisting in ignorance. The lives of cultivators are still lives. No amount of merit for mortal spirits can justify wanton slaughter of cultivators." The purple-robed man's gown billowed in the wind, his hair was disheveled. On his handsome and bizarre face hung a cavalier smile, eyes disdainful. He chuckled, "How many years have we known each other? How many times have you implored me? Why implore again?" Zhuang Xian drew a treasure sword from his back, pointing it at the purple-robed man, declaring, "This time, I cannot let you go." The purple-robed man shook his head with a smirk. "I've heard that sentence countless times. You can't do anything to me. Why persist? Countless are the evil and deviant throughout the world. Why stubbornly entangle with me? This time is different from the past. I am soon leaving the celestial spirit great world." "Leaving? Where to?" Zhuang Xian asked sternly. The purple-robed man showed longing, saying, "A place representing eternity, Brother Zhuang. In truth, I wish to take you too. Alas, our ideals diverged. You are destined not to fulfill such conditions." "Eternity? Does eternity require you to slaughter 9,999 celestial and earthly immortals?" Zhuang Xian asked sharply, eliciting disdainful snorts from the purple-robed man. "Not one cultivator is innocent. It is merely a matter of who has killed more. Can you say you've never killed anyone or a demon? Are you truly unashamed in this life?" The purple-robed man glared coldly at Zhuang Xian, questioning with a twisted expression. Zhuang Xian snorted, "Unashamed? Hardly. But my shame comes from not having killed such evils sooner." With those words, the treasure sword in Zhuang Xian's hand burst forth a sword light, illuminating the world, slashing towards the purple-robed man instantly. Boom! The cliff beneath the purple-robed man and the barren mountain behind him shattered, raising terrifying dust waves sweeping to the horizon, but his eyes did not blink. The sword tip was less than 3 centimeters from his eyes, so cool were his gazes. "Thus, Brother Zhuang, today let you feel the disparity between us. This is the first time I exhibit the eternal divine power. Should you not exert your utmost, you shall die." The voice of the purple-robed man echoed, unleashing killing intent that plunged the entire world into an icy chill. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:19. Not belonging to the heavenly Dao. Zhuang Xian heard the words of the man in purple and immediately executed the supreme Dao mixed yuan plate. The vast mana, intertwined with Dao intent, erupted, surging into the clouds. Behind Zhuang Xian, a towering golden wheel rose, quickly solidifying and turning dark silver, its surface engraved with countless mysterious Dao patterns. As the supreme Dao mixed yuan plate emerged, the heavens and earth trembled, and sand and stones flew into the air. The man in purple looked up, his eyes widening with excitement. He smiled and said, "The legendary great divine power of no beginning, the supreme Dao mixed yuan plate, seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation." He leaped into the sky, raising his right arm, palm outward. Rolling demonic qi gushed from his palm, resembling countless black pythons rushing out. It was eerie and sinister. These demonic qi quickly coalesced into a black flood dragon, stretching over 1,000 feet long. At a glance, it seemed he had a flood dragon for an arm, though his flesh seemed insignificant compared to this arm. Seeing the man's divine skills, Zhuang Xian frowned. He could feel the endless power of cause and effect surging towards him, sealing this space. The power of cause and effect was formless and colorless. The power of cause and effect that the man in purple wielded was extremely venomous, like a sea of curses intending to drown Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian raised his hand to reclaim his treasure sword, then soared into the sky. The supreme Dao mixed yuan plate began to spin, crushing the cliffs and mountains below. The majestic aura spread out, manifesting as various ominous signs. The man in purple laughed loudly and charged directly at Zhuang Xian. Before the supreme Dao mixed yuan plate, even his 1,000-foot flood dragon arm seemed insignificant, like an egg striking a stone. Boom! A rumbling sound came from the edge of heaven and earth, startling the disciples cultivating in the Daoist field of the beginningless. In the valley, Enzizai was lecturing to dozens of disciples, all carefully chosen to inherit the spirit of Wuxia. The sudden loud noise made him frown, and he turned to look into the distance. He recognized one of the auras. It belonged to his most valued Wuxia disciple, Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian was engaged in a fierce battle, and such a momentum likely meant he had employed the supreme Dao mixed yuan plate. It was known that in the past, Zhuang Xian frequently executed the supreme Dao mixed yuan plate but had never unleashed such an aura. This proved that Zhuang Xian had been driven to desperate straits, exerting all his might. The disciples listening to the lecture were also awakened. They couldn't discern that the distant sounds originated from Zhuang Xian, but they were curious and discussed in small groups. And Zizai stood up and said, "Well, stop here for today, I need to go out." With those words, he disappeared into thin air. Once he left, the disciples no longer suppressed their voices or curiosity. Is the distant battle related to the Wuxia disciple? Such a powerful aura. The fighters must have surpassed the Zizai immortal realm, right? The celestial spirit great world is vast. For the sounds to reach us from so far, the beings involved must have indeed surpassed the Zizai immortal realm. There's a terrifying aura among them. Just feeling it instilled a sense of hostility in me. Did you feel that too? The disciples engaged in heated discussions. Meanwhile, Guwen in the courtyard was questioned by Shenzhen. Who is Zhuang Xian fighting against? With such commotion, the opponent must not be simple, Shenzhen asked curiously, her pupils already reflecting the figure of the man in purple, though she couldn't discern his cause and effect origin. Guwen, who was painting, softly replied, "That man is called Lin Tongzhai, born in this great heaven and earth, but he's embarked on the path of the sky." The path of the sky? What is that? Shenzhen, curious about the undiscernible cause and effect, asked. Guwen glanced at her and said, "You will know in the future." Shenzhen pouted, thinking Guwen was being cryptic again, but since he refused to elaborate, she assumed he had his reasons. The battle between Zhuang Xian and Lin Tongzhai grew increasingly intense. Not only did the massive sounds of the heavens and earth reverberate, but fierce winds also swept across all directions, drawing more great cultivators to watch. Since the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance took control of heaven and earth, such battles rarely occurred. Great cultivators would always take their fights to the outer heaven to avoid affecting all living beings and incurring the wrath of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. Shen Zhen began to observe the fight seriously. Zhuang Xian's capabilities did not surprise her, but Lin Canghai's divine skills left her incredulous. Lin Songhai was fundamentally no match for Zhuang Xian. The Supreme Tao Mixed Yuan Plate suppressed Lin Canghai's countless divine skills, yet it couldn't completely defeat him. Every time Lin Canghai's physical body was destroyed, he would almost instantaneously resurrect nearby, and his fighting momentum didn't diminish with resurrection. Instead, it grew stronger. If this continued, Lin Canghai's momentum would reach the profound yuan-free immortal realm. So the novel, If Ire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This was unreasonable. Shen Zhen did not see any special cause and effect assistance, unable to comprehend why Lin Songhai could be immortal and why he could grow stronger in battle. As time passed, Zhuang Xian began to fall into a disadvantaged position. Far away, on the other side of heaven and earth, dust enveloped the sky, and the ground shattered like an abyss. The Supreme Tao Mixed Yuan Plate stood upon the earth, still rotating. In front of the Supreme Tao Mixed Yuan Plate, Zhuang Xian, disheveled, looked up at Lin Songhai, who was continuously attacking the Supreme Tao Mixed Yuan Plate, and his eyes were filled with terror. The black flood dragon on Lin Canghai's right arm had grown to 10,000 feet, and with each swing, the flood dragon fiercely assaulted the Supreme Tao Mixed Yuan Plate, projecting black lightning across the heavens and earth. At this moment, powerful auras descended. You too, this is the celestial spirit great world, not a place for you to act recklessly. A commanding voice boomed through the heavens and earth. Lin Songhai paused, looking up to see figures of great cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance appearing in the sky, each exuding an overbearing aura. It was the great cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. And Zizai appeared beside Zhuang Xian and frowned, saying, "How did it escalate to this extent?" His tone carried reproach. He was very dissatisfied with Zhuang Xian's current performance. Zhuang Xian turned to look at him and explained, "He wants to leave the celestial spirit great world, and it's not as simple as going to outer heaven. I sensed a presence that doesn't belong to the heavenly Tao. If he leaves, the souls he has sealed will be beyond redemption." A presence not belonging to the heavenly Tao? And Zizai shifted his gaze to Lin Songhai in the sky. Faced with numerous powerful divine senses locking onto him, Lin Songhai remained unfazed, smirking without explanation. He grabbed his right shoulder with his left hand and directly detached his right arm, blood spraying across the sky. This scene made the great cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance frown. At that moment, Lin Canghai's body convulsed, his head trembled incessantly, and his face contorted, with wisps of black aura wafting around him like fiery flames. A great cultivator of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance narrowed his eyes, immediately taking action. A jade bottle flew out from his sleeve, its mouth facing downward, shooting out a white light that enveloped Lin Songhai. The next second, the great cultivator's face changed dramatically. His supreme treasure was unable to capture Lin Songhai, a situation he had never encountered before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 820. Eternal God bathed in white light, Lin Songhai continued to tremble all over, looking as if in pain, yet the ferocious smile on his face seemed excited. He seemed to be anticipating something. The other great cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance also sensed something was amiss and took action one after another. One by one, streams of mana were cast onto Lin Songhai but were dissipated by the black auras surrounding him. All the great cultivators felt as if their mana was falling into an abyss, instantly cutting off their connection and leaving them unable to discern how deep it truly was. This made them feel as if facing a formidable enemy, prompting them to scatter and encircle Lin Songhai. And Zizai also sensed something was off with Lin Songhai and stepped forward, saying, "Withdraw your divine skills, let us handle the aftermath from here." Zhuang Xian did not arrogantly hold back either, immediately dispelling the supreme Dao mixed yuan plate, only to see the black aura around Lin Songhai quickly converge into a black door as tall as 100 zhang, and as it opened from the right, waves of silver light poured out from within. An overwhelming might enveloped the entire celestial spirit great world, startling countless cultivators. In the boundless chain of mountains, a strong man meditating under a waterfall opened his eyes, his shirtless body adorned with 2 red dragon patterns that writhed. He lifted his gaze, frowning, with a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He was none other than Son of Heaven Jieyan. This aura, Son of Heaven Jieyan murmured to himself, seemingly recalling something, his gaze becoming increasingly piercing. He was not alone. More and more beings of immense power were startled. Even the many dojos in the outer heaven could sense this vast aura. Before the world gate, the celestial spirit god opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through, looking towards the celestial spirit great world. What is that? Sar the Nifire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It was the first time he had felt such an aura. His instincts told him it was very dangerous, and he was certainly not its match. He did not rise to act, not because he was afraid, but because there were stronger immortal gods within the celestial spirit great world. Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 immortals of Golden Cave moved swiftly, appearing before the black door even before it fully opened. Bang! Tai Immortal Monarch's right palm pressed against the black door, forcefully holding it shut. The appearance of Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 immortals startled the great cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance, and someone soon recognized their identities, exclaiming, "Immortal gods!" As these words were spoken, instead of feeling relieved, the other great cultivators grew even more tense, wondering what sort of cause and effect had provoked the immortal gods to intervene. The 72 immortals of Golden Cave each possessed an extraordinary aura, far surpassing the great cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Dao Alliance, but compared to Tai Immortal Monarch, their aura was significantly weaker. The world fell silent, everyone held their breaths and fixed their gaze on Tai Immortal Monarch. And Zizai also refrained from taking action, watching Tai Immortal Monarch silently, for he had met Tai Immortal Monarch before and knew he was no ordinary immortal god. Zhuang Xian was not amazed by the appearance of immortal gods, but instead, his gaze remained complex as he looked at Lin Songhai. Seeing Lin Songhai trembling amidst the black aura, images of them years ago drinking and enjoying themselves, resolving grudges with pleasure, floated into his mind. Those joyous images were shattered by scenes of their numerous battles, returning to reality where they had completely turned against each other. Brother Zhuang, there are so many suffering people in this world. How can you save them all? Why not find the source of the suffering and uproot it? Even if it can't bring absolute peace, it can at least spare more mortal spirits from suffering. Lin Kanghai's words from the past echoed in his ear, filling Zhuang Xian's heart with sorrow. Even with the immortal gods intervening, no matter the outcome, he and Lin Songhai had ultimately parted ways. In his heart, Lin Songhai was his best friend. He would be saddened, but never would he relent. He had to save the innocent cultivators captured by Lin Songhai. At this moment, Tai Immortal Monarch's face changed slightly as he held his hand against the black door. His arm trembled slightly, and the door began to open once more, a sight that made the 72 immortals of Golden Cave and all onlookers tense. More and more great cultivators arrived. Witnessing Tai Immortal Monarch suppressing the black door, they dared not act rashly. Boom! Tai Immortal Monarch's aura suddenly erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The clouds churned, and the celestial Dao light layer above the celestial spirit great world burst forth with innumerable rays of light, penetrating the sea of clouds and entering Tai Immortal Monarch's body. Tai Immortal Monarch's aura rose steadily, but his arm continued to tremble, unable to completely resist the black door. Umph! A cold snort came from the black door, causing Tai Immortal Monarch to leap back, putting distance between him and the door. Not just him, but the 72 immortals also backed away. The black door opened with a roar. Inside shone a silver light, revealing a majestic figure within. No one could clearly see his true appearance. He seemed to be wearing a wide robe with 3 heads and wild long hair, resembling a Rakshasa, horrifying and terrifying. When everyone saw this figure, they only felt an endless cold force hitting them, making them feel as if they were in a freezing cellar. Their greatest fear was losing control over their own bodies. No divine sense. No mana. No strength. It was as if their souls were detaching from their bodies, and even their souls could not move freely. And Zizai and Zhuang Xian felt this too, their eyes widened, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Their gazes were fixed tightly on the mysterious figure within the black door. In broad daylight, the mysterious figure standing in the silver light appeared so terrifying, bringing an extreme sense of horror and oppression to everyone. The great cultivators who had come to support were also petrified upon seeing him. For a moment, the heavens and earth fell into a bizarre scene, as people continued to fly in and then stopped, staring blankly at the black door like all the others. Lin Songhai seemed to have been drained of all energy, his arms hung down, his entire body swaying precariously, yet the black aura held him aloft, preventing him from falling. He only felt his eyelids were so heavy, trying hard to keep them open, his gaze landed on Zhuang Xian down on the ground afar. Looking at Zhuang Xian, images from the past similarly flashed through his mind. Brother Lin, seeking the root of disaster is a form of escapism. Do what you can do, that is enough. Zhuang Xian's words echoed in his ears, a self-mocking smile tugged at his mouth. Indeed, it was a form of escapism. Lin Songhai knew he was never a good person, helping mortal spirits was merely to fill the inner terror and unease, thinking that by doing so he could balance merit and sin, in line with the heavenly Tao. But now he no longer believed in the heavenly Tao. He wanted to believe in the eternal path. He prayed in his heart to the eternal deity, asking to kill everyone present, but not to kill Zhuang Xian. He never believed in the existence of true good people until he met Zhuang Xian. Originally from Wuxia, Zhuang Xian could have enjoyed everything, yet he insisted on journeying the world, enduring so many hardships, doing good deeds that offered no reward. Zhuang Xian, standing behind Zizai, saw Lin Kanghai's gaze and understood his eyes. But now he was powerless to resist, and compared to Lin Songhai, he was more worried about the calamity the mysterious figure inside the black door might bring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821. Stepping into the Heavenly Tao Silence. Oppression. Dust swirled in the sky, all the great cultivators were frozen in place, fearfully watching the mysterious figure in the darkness, feeling a danger more terrifying than death approaching. Zhuang Xian struggled to control his body, but unfortunately he couldn't do it at all. Looking at the mysterious figure inside the black gate, his fear had been suppressed, replaced by anger. Wisps of aura leaked from his body, transforming into golden energy, gradually forming the shape of the supreme Tao mixed yuan plate behind him, not as massive as during his battle with Lin Songhai, but still exuding an unshakable momentum. With the appearance of the supreme Tao mixed yuan plate, Zhuang Xian was delighted to find he had regained some strength and could control his body. Instinctively, he wanted to step forward, but a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, pulling him back. The sudden yank made his heart jump wildly, and he instinctively turned his head to look, his eyes widening, filled with surprise. "Ancestor!" Zhuang Xian instinctively uttered. Hearing this, and Zizai standing at the front felt a surge of spirit. And Zizai, unable to look back, felt all pressure in his heart vanish upon knowing the ancestor had arrived, looking once more towards the mysterious figure within the black gate, filled with anticipation. Guan, clad in white, stood beside Zhuang Xian, his left hand resting on Zhuang Xian's right shoulder, the wind and waves between heaven and earth blowing his black hair, his extraordinarily handsome face calm. "Ancestor, you are here." Zhuang Xian, barely suppressing his excitement, raised his hand to salute Guan. Guan looked at the black gate and said, "Choices and separations are experiences everyone undergoes. Are you truly ready?" Zhuang Xian's face turned serious, saying, "I have long been ready." He then looked forward, suddenly realizing something amiss. Everyone was staring at the black gate, Apart from himself and Xianxia, no one seemed to notice Gu An's arrival. Plenty of people saw Lin Songhai, yet after only glancing at Guan twice, he closed his eyes, his breaths weak, teetering on the edge of slumber. Zhuang Xian scanned around, his heart stirring with a storm, only now realizing that though the ancestor stood by his side, if not gazing upon the ancestor, one couldn't sense his presence at all. The immortal gods and great cultivators' attention was entirely on the Black Gate, oblivious to the ancestor's advent. Zhuang Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Within the beginningless, every disciple knew the ancestor was the mightiest, surpassing even the immortal gods, yet none could definitively describe his strength. Cultivating the supreme Tao mixed yuan plate had allowed Zhuang Xian to perceive the ancestor's unfathomable depths. Now he was suddenly curious about the strength of the ancestor's supreme Tao mixed yuan plate. At this moment, the mysterious figure within the Black Gate lifted its right leg, ready to step out. Infinite Divine Spirit, Miaozhen Daoyuo Immortal Realm Perfection 0/0/0, Guan performed life-span detection on the mysterious figure. Noticing it had no lifespan, his interest waned significantly. The Infinite Divine Spirit, from Eternal Tao Extreme, represented a great Tao force. Previously, Emperor Join from Eternal Tao Extreme sought to capture Lu Qiuxian, causing Guan to begin focusing on this force. Though Eternal Tao Extreme hailed from chaos, they could infiltrate all heavens and myriad realms through the Great Tao River. Over the long years, Lin Songhai was not alone in being beguiled. Many others were like him, some captured by the Celestial Court, others stepping into the Eternal Light Gate, detaching from the Heavenly Tao. The reason this Infinite Divine Spirit dared to manifest in the Celestial Spirit Great World was due to the Celestial Court being occupied with combating the Dark Heavenly Court. Moreover, his target wasn't Lin Kanghai's rescue. He aimed at Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 Immortals of Jindong. Eternal Tao Extreme not only enjoyed recruiting gifted beings bound by destiny of heavenly Tao but also loved capturing the Celestial Court Immortals. The Infinite Divine Spirit, although a being of Miaozhen Daoyuo Immortal Realm Perfection, bore a power not inherent to him, temporarily granting him strength comparable to Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. He hadn't truly entered the heavenly Tao yet, only by stepping through the Black Gate would he be considered fully inside. Even without fully entering, his oppressive force already immobilized the immortal gods and great cultivators. Tai Immortal Monarch hovered in the air, watching the Infinite Divine Spirit step forward, a grim expression on his face, suddenly realizing the other was not here to rescue Lin Songhai, but to confront him. He could perceive an utterly venomous divine sense scrutinizing him. This reminded him of some rumors he heard in the Celestial Court. The other must hail from chaos. CTH Novelfire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Impossible. Must self-destruct. Immortal gods can resurrect after death, but if captured and taken away, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tai Immortal Monarch wanted to self-destruct, but he couldn't, unable to mobilize Celestial Tao destiny, unable to wield his own mana. Watching the Infinite Divine Spirit step 1 foot out of the Black Gate, he grew increasingly anxious. Not just him, but the 72 Immortals of Jindong also felt the malevolent divine sense probing, which heightened their tension. Meanwhile, more great cultivators hurried over, without exception. Once approaching the 100-mile radius around the Black Gate, all lost control over their bodies. Moreover, they were descending. With the Infinite Divine Spirit stepping into the Heavenly Tao, everyone felt as if their souls were being tread upon. Zhuang Xian and Xianxia's attention was also drawn to the movements of the Infinite Divine Spirit. After his right foot stepped out of the Black Gate, the Infinite Divine Spirit lifted his left foot. These 2 steps seemed so prolonged, causing everyone torment. When the Infinite Divine Spirit stepped out of the Black Gate, his true body still hadn't been revealed, remaining so pitch black, merely flames igniting around him, distorting the surrounding space. As the flames dissipated, the oppression on everyone constantly heightened. Suddenly, the Infinite Divine Spirit looked down, glancing towards the direction facing him, precisely where Guan and Zhuang Xian were. Those with their backs to Guan couldn't turn, Yet those ahead of him among the great cultivators followed the infinite divine spirit's gesture and spotted Guan. They couldn't see Guan's true visage, only seeing a white-clad man, his face blurred. The infinite divine spirit murmured in doubt, clearly surprised by Guan's existence. Before crossing the black gate, he couldn't perceive Guan's presence. The reason for his slow movements was to sweep through the celestial spirit great world, determining it was free of danger before stepping in. Upon entry, he sensed a new presence in this great thousand world, and all the world's cause and effect altered, with obscure regions everywhere, making it unseeable. Unable to discern Guan's cultivation level, he dared not advance further. And Zizai, Xian watched the infinite divine spirit focus on their direction, breath held tight, exceedingly nervous. Just seeing the infinite divine spirit stand in the air induced terror. Difficult to imagine the dreadful power contained within this figure. Who are you? You lack celestial court destiny. The infinite divine spirit's voice sounded again, cold in tone, hoarse and chilling. Upon hearing this, the previously tense Tai immortal monarch and 72 immortals seemed to realize something. All felt relieved and revealed mocking smiles, watching the infinite divine spirit like vermin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:22. Myth appears. The question from the infinite divine spirit made the eyes of the great cultivators, who were immobilized, sparkle. Although many among them could not turn their heads to look at Guan, judging from the words of the infinite divine spirit, it seemed that a mysterious powerful figure had arrived. In any case, the presence of the infinite divine spirit made them feel extremely dangerous. If such an existence met its match, they would have a slim chance of survival. Zhuang Xian's heart raced, nervously waiting for the ensuing battle. After a brief moment of unease, Zizai's mindset returned to calm. He was initially nervous because of the instinctive reaction to the power of the infinite divine spirit. After calming down, he believed the infinite divine spirit was doomed. No one is a match for the ancestor. His gaze, although not as aggressive as that of Tai immortal monarch and other immortal gods, still made the infinite divine spirit uncomfortable. Did these ants think he would die? The infinite divine spirit thought displeased. Seeing Guan not responding, he immediately took a step back. However, an invisible barrier at the black gate blocked his steps, preventing him from entering. He was separated by just one door, yet he couldn't cross it, completely trapped within the heavenly Tao. The infinite divine spirit was greatly alarmed. Without a word, he leaped up, unleashing terrifying mana that plunged the entire celestial spirit great world into darkness. Everyone was startled by the sudden change, and at that moment, Guan raised his hand and grabbed across the void, making the dark celestial vault suddenly brighten. Lin Songhai, who was floating in the air, fell to the ground, and the black gate turned into black mist, vanishing without a trace. The terrible pressure enveloping the world disappeared, and everyone felt as if they had landed, regaining control of their physical bodies. The light and darkness changes just now made everyone a bit dazed. At a glance, the figure of the infinite divine spirit was already gone. And Zizai and Zhuang Xian completely returned to their senses, vigilantly scanning the world in all directions. Ancestor, watch out, he might pull a trick. Zhuang Xian, while searching for the infinite divine spirit, turned around. When his gaze landed on Guan, he froze completely. He saw Guan standing still, raising his right hand. In the palm of his right hand was a small black figure, struggling as if it wanted to escape his palm, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier and couldn't escape at all. The figure? Zhuang Xian recognized the identity of the small figure. His eyes were fixed in astonishment. And Zizai, hearing Zhuang Xian's half-finished words, instinctively turned around. When he saw the infinite divine spirit in Guan's hand, he too was stunned. The divine senses of Tai immortal monarch and the 72 immortals of Jin Dong scanned faster, confirming that the infinite divine spirit had disappeared. They then looked at Guan and, like in Zizai and Zhuang Xian, were stunned. The world was silent, and more people noticed the abnormality of the immortal gods. They followed the gaze of the immortal gods, and with their vision even 100 miles away, they could see the infinite divine spirit in Guwen's hand. The sight was unforgettable for them. The great cultivators from various sects stared at the infinite divine spirit captured by Guwen, all wide-eyed, even gasping in disbelief. Lin Xianxia, who had fallen into the ruins, struggled to get up. From his position he had a clear view of Zhuang Xian. His gaze was equally drawn to Guwen. Even though he had lost his qi power and his senses were blurred, he could still barely see Guwen's hand clearly. His eyes widened suddenly, his whole body trembling, unable to believe what he saw. How could this be? Lin Xianxia trembled all over. The aura of the infinite divine spirit was so powerful before, even the immortal gods were suppressed. How could it be captured by someone? At this moment his faith crumbled. Before this, the eternal path was his pursuit, his hope of surviving in a chaotic world. He believed the eternal path was stronger than the heavenly Tao, that eternity was the most meaningful pursuit. He never imagined the deity of the eternal path would fall, and without any resistance. Kneeling in the ruins, his whole being seemed to have been drained of his soul. Guwen stood in place, letting all the great cultivators witness this scene. He wanted the world to know that the eternal Tao extreme was nothing more than this. The reason for doing this was because the eternal Tao extreme would not give up and would later delude people. See Tich Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing the previously invincible infinite divine spirit struggling in the hands of that mysterious white-robed man, everyone felt absurd and unbelievable. After the intense visual impact, unlimited curiosity surged in their hearts. Who is this person? Some great cultivators who knew of Xianxia became excited, thinking of a mythical figure. Guwen stood in place for a while, then retracted his right hand and disappeared from there. As soon as he left, everyone's emotions were completely released. Hiss, is it over just like that? If it weren't for the earlier suppression, I would have thought it was an illusion. So strong, myths are true after all? Indeed, when the world faces peril, that being will take action. He doesn't enjoy worldly power, hiding to cultivate. This is a true immortal god. The world owes Wuxia one more debt of gratitude. If that demon had acted just now, it might have turned the celestial spirit great world to dust in an instant. The great cultivators were in heated discussions, and those unfamiliar with Guwen's identity understood as well, feeling a brand new emotion surge within. The myths of Wuxia, they had heard countless times. Ancestor Master Wuxia was an incredibly distant presence in their hearts. Hearing these wonderful stories again, they would be excited, but after a while, they became numb. Now, when people mentioned Ancestor Master Wuxia, their feelings did not change because they had never seen Ancestor Master Wuxia and did not know how strong he really was. Now, witnessing Ancestor Master Wuxia easily suppress the infinite divine spirit, they felt shock. After the shock came a long-lost sense of excitement, probably even worship. Zhuang Xian listened to the uproar from all directions and returned to clarity, turning to look at Lin Xianxia. He saw Lin Xianxia standing lifelessly on the ruins, immediately flashing beside him. Hand over that demon artifact. Zhuang Xian said with a complicated expression, drawing a treasure sword from behind him. Lin Xianxia, with a dull expression, raised his right arm. A black flag flew out of his sleeve, which Zhuang Xian caught. Zhuang Xian scanned the black flag with his divine sense, confirming that the souls were still inside, and breathed a sigh of relief. We were once old acquaintances, your mistakes cannot be forgiven. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance won't let you go, nor will the aristocratic families and sects behind these souls. I'll end it personally for you to suffer less. I hope you won't walk this path again in your next life. Zhuang Xian spoke, raising the sword in hand, ready to slay Lin Xianxia. Lin Xianxia didn't raise his head or avoid it, his face full of desolation. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Zhuang Xian's wrist, making it impossible for him to bring the sword down. He turned to see it was Xianxia who intervened. Ancestor, what are you doing? Zhuang Xian asked with a frown. And Xianxia looked at him and said, I want to take him back to Wuxia. Zhuang Xian said in a deep voice, if you take him back to Wuxia, how will the world view our Wuxia? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 823. The so-called eternity. Wang Xian and Xianxia confronted each other. Such a scene had occurred many times over the years. This time, Xianxia was not as angry, he was very calm. His misdeed is indeed serious, but his connection with the evil demon just now is worth exploring. Killing him outright would be too regrettable. Sir, the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Xianxia spoke earnestly. Wang Xian listened, his brows furrowed, but did not relent. Wang Xian stared at Xianxia and asked, "Ancestor, how do you intend to deal with him?" Xianxia's expression softened and he said, "Killing him is easy, correcting his mistakes is hard. He will face the punishment he deserves." Hearing this, Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before finally withdrawing his sword. Xianxia waved his sleeve, collecting Lin Songhai into its folds. Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 Immortals of Jin Dong quietly departed, while other sects' great cultivators approached, hoping to converse with Xianxia. Elsewhere, Guan had already returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless. He went to his usual secluded bamboo grove, sat on the steps in front of the pavilion, and turned his right hand upward, revealing the infinite divine spirit to the sunlight. At this moment, the infinite divine spirit was no longer struggling. It curled up as if in slumber. Guan began a soul search, using the infinite divine spirit to understand the eternal Tao extreme. When confronting Emperor Jiuyin before, Guan also tried to soul search, but as soon as he attempted, the eternal Tao extreme used destiny to annihilate Emperor Jiyin's soul. This time, Guan had broken through the great realm and reached the perfection realm as the supreme emperor of ultimate merging Tao. His strength had transformed profoundly. Before the soul search, he used his power of cause and effect to isolate himself. It wasn't just his power of cause and effect, the strength of the dojo was also present. Without any mishap, he forcibly penetrated the infinite divine spirit's soul, madly searching its memories, and many memories about the eternal Tao extreme flooded into his mind. After a few breaths, Guan had already captured all the memories of the infinite divine spirit. He clenched his right hand, scattering the infinite divine spirit's soul. However, this was not the real body of the infinite divine spirit. To be precise, the eternal Tao extreme's destiny could revive it. Through the infinite divine spirit's memory, Guan's impression of the eternal Tao extreme deteriorated significantly. Unlike the dark heavenly court, which was expelled, the eternal Tao extreme inherently did not belong to the heavenly Tao. They greedily sought to devour everything of the heavenly Tao. Most beings who joined the eternal Tao extreme ended up worse than death, with only a scant few capable of becoming eternal divine spirits. The gods of the eternal Tao extreme would refine the souls of heavenly Tao beings, merging them into their destiny, thus enhancing the resistance of the eternal Tao extreme destiny against the celestial Tao destiny. The eternal Tao extreme itself possessed countless gods, which were fundamental to their foundation. Long ago, the eternal Tao extreme invaded the heavenly Tao, where the celestial emperor's great might slayed most of them. Since then, they dared not attack the celestial court again, yet the celestial emperor's strength filled them with longing for the heavenly Tao. These eternal divine spirits seduced the beings of the heavenly Tao through the great Tao river. Their methods for Lin Songhai were relatively gentle, yet many were forcibly abducted like Lu Qiuxian. The infinite divine spirit slaughtered countless beings of the heavenly Tao, consuming their cultivation levels, seizing their destiny, and even refining their souls into eternal treasures. Lin Songhai's capture of many celestial and earthly immortal souls was at its behest. Guan then took out the Fate Pen and Infinite Sword book. Holding the book in one hand and the pen in the other, he wrote the 4 characters of Infinite Divine Spirit on the Infinite Sword book and then erased them with a stroke. 2 breaths later, you successfully seized the Infinite Divine Spirit, Miaozhen Daoyuo Immortal Realm Perfection, 82,387,201,666. Guan's lips curled upward, humming lightly, so-called eternity seems to be just a bluff. As long as there is lifespan, it is not eternal. The Fate Pen and the Infinite Sword Book are Gu An's life-bound magical treasures, refined through the way of cause and effect, strengthening as his cultivation grows, living and dying together. They represent the strongest power of the Supreme Emperor of ultimate merging Tao, so much so that even the destiny of the eternal Tao extreme cannot completely isolate them, crossing countless light years and planes to slay enemies outside the great Tao. After completing all this, Guan put the two life-bound magical treasures into his body, then lay on the steps to start a nap. During his nap, he used his own Tao intent to create an illusory scene of the eternal Tao extreme, immersively experiencing the eternal Tao extreme. From the current information, the eternal Tao extreme might not be stronger than the dark heavenly court, only that their destiny is more ancient. Of course, most importantly, neither force is comparable to the celestial court, allowing Guan to continue living under the celestial court's protection. It's worth mentioning that the eternal Tao extreme and dark heavenly court are also in hostile relations. The eternal Tao extreme once attempted to devour the dark heavenly court but failed, leaving an irreconcilable hatred between the two. It is no exaggeration to say the dark heavenly court almost fell before the eternal Tao extreme, yet the resilience of the dark heavenly court made the eternal Tao extreme longs for heavenly Tao power even more. Guan suddenly had an idea. Could there be saints deep within chaos? Ancestor Master Wuxia saves the world. This news quickly spread across the land, with the pressure of the infinite divine spirit enveloping both within and beyond the heavens, making all living beings uneasy. Although the infinite divine spirit was never seen in person, the fear was real. Upon hearing that Ancestor Master Wuxia had eradicated the evil demon, all beings in the world sighed in relief. For most beings, the world had been peaceful for too long, and the occurrence of any catastrophe was understandable. This event also unearthed many myths about Wuxia, with more and more cultivators wanting to join the Wuxia sect. Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, Su Mansion. In a courtyard, young Su Han wielded his sword, condensing sword intent, while glancing at Zhen Qin meditating atop the courtyard wall. Zhen Qin wore a hooded purple robe, appearing mysterious. The half of her face exposed was fair and her lips like flowers, evoking fantasies. "Master, have you heard of Wuxia? No, have you been there?" Su Han asked, his face full of curiosity. From early morning, the mansion was filled with rumors about Wuxia. After inquiring, he felt his blood boil. It was the first time he learned that such immortals existed in the world and such a holy land secretly protected all living beings. This is truly the people of immortal cultivation. Zhen Qin calmly replied, "Heard of it, never been." "Master, how do you view Ancestor Master Wuxia? Do you think those rumors are true?" Su Han pursued. He held great respect for Zhen Qin, and his grandfather also respected her, making him ever curious about Zhen Qin's origins. Unfortunately, Zhen Qin did not say, nor did his grandfather want to reveal. Because she is so mysterious, he always felt Zhen Qin was a renowned great cultivator incognito. Many storybooks contain such characters, suggesting he is the protagonist, attracting such a great cultivator to support him, or so he thought. Ancestor Master Wuxia saved the world more than once. He is the only being worthy of the title immortal in the world. Even true immortal gods cannot compare. Those rumors hardly depict his greatness and strength. Zhen Qin's response made Su Han's eyes widen, rendering him more excited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824, Reincarnation Battle. Master, do you hold the Ancestor Master Wuxia in high regard? Su Han inquired further, his concentrated sword intent slightly unstable, with threads of sword qi dissipating outwards. But he didn't mind, his attention was already on his master. Zhen Qin responded, "Everyone in this world dares to respect him, and any words of praise are not enough." It was the first time Su Han had heard his master speak so effusively about someone, which made him imagine more about the Ancestor Master Wuxia. "Master, can you tell me the myths about Wuxia that you've heard?" How about something I haven't heard before? I've heard that the ancestor Master Wuxia was born before the opening of heaven and earth. Was he human or a demon? Also, how many disciples does Wuxia have? It's said that a fourth-generation disciple of Wuxia is coming to visit the heavenly spirit Dao Alliance. The person hasn't even arrived, and the preparations have already begun. Su Han's endless questions left Zhen Qin no opportunity to respond. Once he finished his questions in one breath, he looked at Zhen Qin with anticipation. Zhen Qin slightly raised her head, revealing a pair of cool and beautiful eyes from under her hat, and glanced at Su Han, saying, "Consolidate your sword intent first, then ask these questions. I can tell you what the world doesn't know about Wuxia." Upon hearing this, Su Han became instantly excited and quickly promised that he would definitely succeed. Then, Zhen Qin closed her eyes and continued her practice, while Su Han also began to focus on solidifying his sword intent. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Boom! A surge of sword intent erupted from the courtyard, scattering the clouds in the sky and startling the birds in the forest. Holding his sword, Su Han's robe flapped in the wind, and his long hair fluttered as well. He looked at the silver glow of sword intent on the blade, displaying a proud and excited smile. He turned to look at Zhen Qin, who was meditating on the courtyard wall, and said, "Master, I did it. You can't forget what you promised me." This situation was not unique to the Su mansion. Countless young cultivators across the world were infatuated with and obsessed with the ancestor Master Wuxia. They wanted to learn about Wuxia and join him. Since that battle, whenever a disciple of Wuxia went out to train, they would receive grand treatment everywhere. And within the Daoist field of the beginningless, the disciples were equally excited and proud, though they couldn't see Guan. On this day, Xianxia came to the bamboo grove to meet Guan. "Ancestor, how should we deal with Lin Songhai?" After saluting, Xianxia respectfully asked. The reason he wanted to remove Lin Songhai was mainly for Zhuang Xian's sake. He feared that Lin Songhai's death would become a thorn in Zhuang Xian's heart. If Zhuang Xian later realized that his path was not absolutely correct, would he be filled with regrets? He was afraid that Zhuang Xian might become a calamity, as Guan had described. If such a situation arose, he wouldn't know how to face Guan or how to handle Zhuang Xian. When he saw Lin Songhai, Xianxia realized that he wasn't as powerful as he imagined and had vulnerabilities too. While carving a wood sculpture, Guan casually said, "Kill him, throw him into reincarnation, allow him to accumulate 1,000 lifetimes of good deeds, and then give him a chance to turn back." Upon hearing this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. It sounded harsh, but for a cultivator, if one could regain one's memories, it wouldn't count as true death. Reincarnation was terrifying. Without the help of a great power, once thrown into reincarnation, one would inevitably have all past causes and effects erased until becoming a new being. From a worldly perspective, dying in this life would end the causes and effects of this life. No one would chase an enemy into the next life, nor could they find them. And Xianxia further asked, "Ancestor, do you need to interrogate him?" Guan waved his hand, indicating he could leave. And Xianxia secretly wondered if the ancestor already knew about the outer heaven power behind Lin Songhai. Indeed, the higher the cultivation level, the more one sees. The ancestor didn't need to interrogate, a glance could reveal all illusions. And Xianxia saluted, then turned and left. Guan continued focusing on his task at hand. To him, Lin Songhai was just an inconsequential person. The reason he was giving Lin Songhai a chance was that Lin Songhai had indeed saved countless mortal spirits. In the eyes of mortal spirits, Lin Songhai might be a saint. The immortal cultivation realm also had distinctions of good and evil, but if everyone were dealt with strictly by standards of good and evil, the world would be in chaos. Transcendence had fewer constraints than mortal spirits, so naturally, the standards of good and evil couldn't be the same. So the novel, Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan was born immortal and, regardless of what others thought, preferred rules that leaned toward the mortal spirit's way. Even Zhuang Xian has become less interesting. I wonder when the next disciple that piques my interest will appear. Guan muttered to himself. He was willing to teach Xian not only because of elevation sake but also because he found the young man's peculiar temperament interesting. He continued carving while glancing towards outer heaven. Su Ling, who had received the inheritance of the heaven-splitting axe, was currently training in outer heaven. He delved into the depths of the universe, an area once called the Silent Extinction Domain, where danger and opportunity coexisted. Within the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, Su Ling was already a prestigious figure. But in outer heaven, no one would pamper him. If an opportunity arose, anyone would compete for it. At the moment, Su Ling was besieged by a group of cultivators of the same realm. Relying on the heaven-splitting divine axe, he held his ground and grew increasingly vigorous in battle. Guan could tell that Su Ling's strength wasn't on the same level as those opponents, but Su Ling hadn't resorted to lethal force. He was enjoying the fight, wanting to intimidate the enemies into fleeing. Though more free-spirited and smooth than Zhuang Xian, he's not as decisive in slaying. Guan mused to himself, then turned his gaze to those old acquaintances. Liya had recently encountered an opportunity to ascend to immortality, but he was hesitating on whether to do so. Tian Hao had obtained the Celestial Emperor's inheritance and had been in seclusion in the misty immortal court, advancing rapidly in cultivation. Zhang Buku was training with Su Yu in the Celestial Extreme Nine Heavens, having received a great divine power from the Nine Heavens Immortal Emperor, blessed with considerable fuyun. Zhu Shi was still in the Taiwei Great World, yet she wasn't burdened by power, devoting most of her energy to her own cultivation. Guan also looked towards the Celestial Court. Both Yang Jian and Li Xuanmiao were doing quite well. They continually earned merits in battles against the Dark Heavenly Court, enhancing their celestial Tao destiny. And then there was the progeny of his reincarnation body, the Celestial Destruction God. Regarding the Celestial Destruction God, Guan had no intention of acknowledging him. Still, since the origins of the Long family's cause and effect were linked to him, he wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand occasionally. He often claimed to be unconcerned, yet couldn't help but get involved. Guan was aware of this quirk of his, but he didn't consider it a fault. On the contrary, he found it interesting. Of course, he was also delighted because he had the capability to undertake these tasks. It's been a long time since I've conducted a lifespan reincarnation. Today seems fit for one. With my current cultivation level, could the reincarnation body be so powerful that it would only fall to a mixed element profound venerable immortal? If that's the case, who could stop him? Thinking this, Guan suddenly found it amusing that if he carried out a lifespan reincarnation, he might again encounter the Celestial Emperor. In the past, he would have dreaded such trouble. But now, he even felt a sense of anticipation. Dueling with the Celestial Emperor in reincarnation? Interesting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 825. Walking the Invincible Path again. After Guan carved a wooden figure, he set it down. Immediately, the wooden figure stood on the ground and started twitching. Its wooden body seemed to come to life, moving its limbs more and more agilely. Finally, the wooden figure transformed into a wood spirit. It looked the same as before, but it was clearly more vigorous and lively compared to before. The wood spirit waved at Guan and then burrowed into the soil, disappearing from sight. Guan smiled. He stood up, stretched lazily, and walked along the path. He was planning to find a new place to settle down and begin a round of lifespan reincarnation. Walking through the bamboo forest, he pondered about what attitude he should adopt for his upcoming reincarnation choices. If it's the same as before, it would be quite dull. Currently, lifespan reincarnation is no longer as significant for Guan's assistance. He doesn't need more secret skill, Daoist technique. For him, this function is more of an immersive experience, more real than lifespan projection, akin to truly experiencing reincarnation. Let him personally enter reincarnation and disappear for many years. He wouldn't feel at ease concerning reality. But lifespan reincarnation is different. He can experience a lengthy life within just 1 or 2 hours. After leaving the bamboo forest, Guan walked ahead as he always did, appreciating his dojo. The disciples he encountered kept their distance and respectfully saluted, not daring to approach or disturb. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, the ancestors' dominance remained high. Even though Guwen wore a smile, the disciples still felt immense pressure since their master and ancestor had instructed them not to show any disrespect before the ancestor. While observing the scenery along the way, Guwen once again peered into the future of the beginningless. The future of anything contains numerous possibilities. The stronger the forces involved, the more extensive the cause and effect, leading to countless potential futures. With numerous disciples mastering vast powers, the future of the beginningless naturally becomes multifaceted, possibly different each day. For cultivators like Guwen, no matter how varied the changes are, he viewed them without fear that the beginningless future might alter but merely to see in which direction it might change. The destiny changes in the beginningless allowed Guwen to see in Zizai's efforts, and Zizai was worried that the beginningless might encounter troubles, becoming stricter with the disciples. Guwen was neither opposed to nor supportive of Zizai's efforts. He simply watched quietly. And Zizai's efforts influenced the fate of the beginningless, which served as a microcosm. All beings in the world continuously exert influence upon each existence. This calm progression took an hour until Guwen reached a lakeside, where he sat in his usual spot on an old wooden chair used for fishing, silently performing lifespan reincarnation. You expend 1 billion years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution. Choose between reincarnating to the past, present, or future. This time, Guwen decided not to choose the past as that would entail significant cause and effect. He believed his reincarnation body might live as primordial profound venerable, an existence that would undoubtedly stir the heavenly Tao. Future. Would you reuse the reincarnation body from past lifespan reincarnation? Guwen had already made up his mind on the way. The me with the highest comprehension should walk through the invincible path once again. You choose to reincarnate as extreme. Begin connecting to Tao rules. Start searching for the reincarnation heaven and earth. You have the following heaven and earth choices. Select 1. 1. Taiwei Earth Core. 2. Endless Jade Pool. 3. Immortal Cave Heaven. These places had been mentioned before. Guwen had not visited them, yet he could already see their locations and conditions. Guwen did not hesitate and quickly made his choice. You choose to reincarnate into Taiwei Earth Core. This reincarnation maintains the ability to seize lifespan and lifespan evolution throughout. Reincarnation evolution begins. Taiwei Earth Core possesses great destiny. In endless ages, nature's spiritual energy turns into spirit water descending along the Earth's core. Countless stones on the ground are repeatedly flushed by spirit water. Only one stone persists, eventually developing spiritual intelligence. In the first year, you become a spirit stone of the Taiwei Earth Core. With your spiritual intelligence activated, you're filled with curiosity about the world, but you temporarily lack the ability to act. You can only instinctively absorb the spirit water drops falling upon you, spirit stone. Guwen thought of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. However, Sun Wukong was the stone that mended the sky, of much greater origin. The following prompts were calming, offering no choices. At age 507, a female immortal flew from the horizon, landed beside you, and examined you curiously. You involuntarily felt nervous but heard her speak aloud. She discovered you possessed spiritual intelligence, deemed you a peculiar being undeserving of obscurity. She did not disturb you but instead left. At age 508, the female immortal returned with a group of human race cultivators, instructing them to guard your growth. You also learned her name, Xianxia. Very likely it was Zhu Shi, as Taiwei Earth Core was hidden deep within the Taiwei Great World, part of a deeper plane. The current Taiwei Great World had yet to perceive Taiwei Earth Core's existence, holding even grander spiritual energy and opportunities. Guwen was not surprised. He chose Taiwei Earth Core initially to see if Extreme and Zhu Shi could interact. At age 9999, you felt your power on the verge of exploding, entering a profound mystery state to perceive extreme Tao combat technique, condensing extreme Tao fruit, eventually shattering the spirit stone and transforming into a human form, astonishing the holy court cultivators guarding around you. You chose a name for yourself, Extreme. In the same year, Xianxia visited, and you grew fond of her. You did not refuse her invitation to explore Taiwei Earth Core with her. During this period, Xianxia wished to take you as a disciple, a decision you must make. No. Agreeing would contradict the natural path, wouldn't it? Guwen immediately decided. Sir the Novelier. T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You rejected Shengxian's offer of discipleship. Although Xianxia felt regret, she was not upset. She insisted on imparting you the cultivation method but was astonished by your display of extreme Dao combat technique. In the following cues, Xianxia guided Extreme through Taiwei Earth Core, visiting numerous ancient dojos and ruins. During which, Extreme continuously showcased cultivation talent and comprehension, astonishing Xianxia multiple times. Moreover, Extreme acquired battle armor and divine weapon, as if these treasures naturally awaited his arrival. Years later, Extreme followed Xianxia to the Taiwei Great World, entering seclusion for cultivation within the Holy Court. In just 1,000 years, he reached Zizai Immortal realm, shocking the entire Holy Court. As a result, Xianxia proclaimed to the world, appointing Extreme as the Holy Court's heavenly strategy war god, declaring him a supreme treasure bestowed upon Taiwei Great World by the heavens. 500 years later, Extreme surpassed Zizai Immortal realm, bidding farewell to Xianxia, wanting to explore the Taiwei Great World alone. Xianxia did not object. Within the Taiwei Great World, the Holy Court held absolute dominion. Extreme encountered someone in distress and decided to help. Consequently, the harasser wouldn't relent and was ultimately killed by Extreme, leading him to discover his lifespan evolution ability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826. Time-Space Technique. JIS experiences in the Taiwei Great World were quite diverse, with various enmities frequently arising. Some admired him, but strangely, when faced with women's confessions, he didn't even give Guwen a chance to choose, directly rejecting them while hesitating over matters like killing, accepting a mentor, or pleading for others. Aside from emotions, Guwen had no choice in JIS other affairs, which made his experience rather enjoyable. For now, JIS' personality wasn't considered gloomy. He bore no grudges and would make many friends. Even just reading about him, Guwen could imagine the image of a heroic prodigy full of pride and ambition. Moreover, JIS' actions were upright and forthright, succumbing to flexibility rather than force. The more enemies he had, the more excited he became. If enemies pleaded with him, he would hesitate. There were also a few times when Ji hesitated and was attacked by enemies, but he never took it as a lesson. Even if he was ambushed, he could teach his enemies a painful lesson. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. By the time Ji reached 100,000 years old, he had already attained the realm of heaven-encompassing free immortal, becoming the undisputed foremost prodigy of the Taiwei Great World. Ultimately, Ji left the Taiwei Great World, setting out alone to explore the outer heaven. It was the inevitable path to attaining the Tao, and Xianxia did not stop him, even looking forward to it. It seemed Xianxia regarded Ji as a potential successor, pinning high hopes on him. After leaving the Taiwei Great World, Ji first arrived at the path of the Great Tao. Upon arrival, he encountered the Daoist emperor, who was of the same realm. Ji directly invited him to a duel and eventually defeated him, helping him heal before moving on. Guwen felt that Ji's cultivation speed was swift, but Ji hadn't used his lifespan to evolve his capabilities. He had killed too few enemies. Ji bore no attachments and did not hide his cultivation level, so few dared to scheme against him. Most battles arose from treasure disputes, never reaching the point of a killing blow. Until Ji was 150,023 years old, Guwen raised an eyebrow. At 150,023 years old, you encountered a great battle where hundreds of cultivators besieged a single person. Among them were Daoist emperors and primordial Dao emperors. Seeing that they were all of the same realm, you took interest and began to watch. Ultimately, you witnessed that person repel hundreds of enemies, recognizing them as the strongest person you've ever met of the same realm. You went forward to invite a duel and gave them time to restore mana and heal. Could this person be the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor? Guxuan, you could fight the Celestial Emperor to a standstill. Of course, before the final battle, the Celestial Emperor likely held something back, so in Gu An's eyes, Guxuan Yu's combat talent was not as strong as Jis. Among all Gu An's reincarnation bodies, Jis' combat talent was the strongest. Not only could he sweep through those of the same realm, but he could also fight those of higher realms. At 150,043 years old, that person had recovered, stood up, and called out to you, willing to fight you. You engaged in a grand battle that lasted 7 days and nights, with you ultimately winning. You did not kill them. You put away your divine weapon, praised that they were the most powerful opponent you've encountered, but the other was in a daze and did not respond. Seeing this, you did not console them but provoked them, hoping they would exhibit even stronger abilities next time. This rekindled their fighting spirit. Through some exchanges, you learned their name, Taihao. It was indeed Taihao. Although Guan had speculated, he didn't expect Jis' talent to be so remarkable that he could defeat the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. However, the specifics would only be clear after inheriting memories. What if this Taihao hadn't inherited the Celestial Emperor's techniques, making their strength inferior to the Taihao that Guxuan Yu encountered? After this battle, they agreed to meet again in 1,000,000 years. Ji continued to travel alone. Through countless battles, Jis' reputation continued to rise. Although he lacked special destiny, he could suppress both the Daoist Emperor and Primordial Dao Emperor. His talent was so impressive that major powers began to court him, but Guan rejected them all. The more rejections there were, the more trouble arose. Ji faced an assault from an emperor clan of the Primordial Emperor domain, with an innate golden immortal leading them. Even so, he managed to escape unscathed. The good times didn't last. The heaven-balancing golden immortal from that emperor clan made a move. Ji fought with all his might. On the brink of death, he unleashed the extreme Dao combat technique, severely injuring the heaven-balancing golden immortal. Taking advantage of their shock, he escaped into the Great Dao River, narrowly avoiding disaster. Daring. Quite the ferocity. In Gu An's view, it was impossible for a heaven-encompassing free immortal to defeat an innate golden immortal, let alone injure a heaven-balancing golden immortal. It was simply illogical. But the injuries from this battle were severe as well. Ji recuperated in the Great Dao River for 10,000 years before barely managing to eliminate the leftover mana of the heaven-balancing golden immortal, enhancing his physique. Though he recovered, Ji was lost. He couldn't find a way out within the Great Dao River. At 18,372 years old, you encountered someone in the River of Destiny. Observing their extraordinary bearing, you challenged them to a duel. However, due to a large difference in Dao practice, you ended up defeated. The other party admired you and decided to teach you a divine skill. You learned the time-space technique. When you asked for their name, wanting to thank them, they left only their name before departing. You committed Lu Qixian's name to memory. Might this youngster have noticed something? Guan and his reincarnation bodies shared similarities in appearance and physique. The last time he met Lu Qixian, he felt the youngster guessed his identity but didn't reveal it. Not only did they forgive Jis' offense, but also imparted skills to him. Guan felt even more favorably towards Lu Qixian, thinking he could possibly guide him more in the future. In the years that followed, Ji began to rigorously practice the time-space technique. As Lu Qixian had said, this divine skill was his only chance to escape. A century later, Ji mastered the time-space technique. When he first wielded it, he shifted to a mysterious dimension. Upon investigation, he discovered he had arrived in the Primordial Emperor domain. Greatly pleased, he decided to cultivate there and then seek revenge on that emperor clan. He first entered a city, inquiring about that emperor clan, but found no information. No one in the city was aware of that clan's existence. Unconvinced, he visited other cultivation cities, but again, no one knew of this emperor clan. Eventually, he heard of a great power who became an emperor, renowned across the world. He had heard this name before along the path of the great Tao. Based on time calculations, he realized he had traveled back 100 billion years in the primordial emperor domain, leaving him utterly stunned. Guan was also surprised. In a previous life, Ji had journeyed to the past, but it was only the past of the celestial spirit great world. This time was different. The river of destiny stretched unimaginably far from the primordial emperor domain, spanning 100 billion years. Ji seemed to have a subtle connection with the path of spacetime. Ji began to travel the world, and through years of understanding, he finally confirmed that he had traversed time and space. When he attempted the time-space technique again, it was unsuccessful. Instead of delving further into the time-space technique, he hid deep in the mountains and began cultivation. He decided to first attain the level of golden immortal before venturing the primordial emperor domain. He heard that the emperors of the primordial emperor domain were historically significant figures, which intrigued him and fueled his fighting spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 827. After confirming his target, Ji began his long years of closed-door training. In just 100,000 years, he had reached the innate golden immortal realm. The crossing the tribulation was earth-shattering, attracting many great powers to come and watch. With great enthusiasm, Ji directly challenged them, defeating all contenders and making a name for himself in the primordial emperor domain. Ji then began traversing the world, continuously encountering people and events, which presented Guan with many choices. As before, Guan could not involve himself in matters of affection, directly refusing them, but he always managed to meddle in other matters. No matter how much his cultivation level increased, Ji remained true to his original intentions, ignoring emotions and focusing solely on becoming stronger. The primordial emperor domain was far more vast than the Taiwei Great World. As Ji waged battles along the way, this path seemed endless, with numerous great emperors, emperor clans, imperial dynasties, and sects constantly appearing in the prompts, keeping Guan thoroughly entertained. At the age of 321,642, you were at the World Sword Mansion gaining sword enlightenment when the ancient sword soul emerged, appearing before you, wishing to become your master. Would you choose to agree? Ji had no need for external aids. If this sword soul caused any trouble in the future, he would have to clean up the mess, which was too bothersome. Guan hoped Ji could maintain his unattached state so that he could focus solely on becoming stronger. After rejecting the ancient sword soul, Ji still encountered troubles as the World Sword Mansion tried to forcibly retain him, resulting in unpleasantness and a fierce battle where he relied on his formidable strength to break through the encirclement. After leaving the World Sword Mansion, Ji did not linger. He found a way to become stronger through battles, and even without frequently killing enemies, his cultivation level was rapidly growing. 1,000,000 years later, Ji stepped into the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse whose fame was unmatched. Later, Ji encountered a person who was the founder of the Emperor clan he sought revenge against, but he was still too young. Seeing him kneeling before him, begging for mercy, Ji hesitated whether to let him go. Guan made the decision for him, letting him go. The invincible should not fear the birth of new enemies, and besides, changing the past related to oneself risks karma retribution. Ji spared the primordial ancestor of the Emperor clan, and he had no further regrets about the primordial Emperor domain. After staying in this realm for millions of years, sweeping through the strong, undefeated, he was content, and he used the time-space technique to leave. Upon returning to the River of Destiny, Ji was still unable to escape its bounds. There was a powerful force in the dark that restricted him, but he was not discouraged as it was this force that helped him evade the death calamity. What he needed to do was forge a path to life himself. He used the time-space technique again, arriving in another great world, which was unfamiliar to him. He was uncertain if he had returned to his timeline, but he did not care and resumed his path of battle. Seeking strong adversaries, challenging them, achieving victory, repeating the cycle. Just like before, initially he caused much trouble, but as he defeated more opponents and never killed those without grievances, the beings of this great world began to admire him. Guwen continuously faced choices, the process being very relaxed. Since achieving the golden immortal realm, Ji had never been embarrassed, defeating whoever he fought against. No matter how many enemies came, he could repel them. Indeed, it was defeating, not retreating. Guwen could distinctly feel a forward momentum emerging from Ji, something that past reincarnation bodies like Yang Xian, Long Zhan, and Guxuanyu lacked. After sweeping the world, Ji used the time-space technique once more. Unable to leave the River of Destiny, he continued to use the time-space technique. Wherever he went, he would conquer, and only leave when he had no battles left to fight. After sweeping through the 5 directions plane and great worlds, Ji achieved the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm. After 30 applications of the time-space technique, Ji attained the heaven-opening Daoist Immortal Realm. Finally, he could break free from the constraints of the River of Destiny, returning to the path of the Great Tao, and then he encountered Taihao. At the age of 2,379,662, you met Taihao, an old opponent. Taihao challenged you, and you sensed a strong temporal cause and effect in Taihao, realizing he might have experiences similar to yours. Taihao was also in the heaven-opening Daoist Immortal Realm, and you gladly accepted the challenge, commencing a prolonged battle. At the age of 2,379,694, your battle with Taihao led to the collapse of the Great Tao. At the age of 2,379,695, you finally defeated Taihao. Taihao was disheartened but genuinely admired your strength, conceding wholeheartedly. He invited you to journey along the path of the Great Tao together. Do you choose to agree? Having been sworn brothers for a lifetime is enough. Being Taihao's brother is a deadly affair. Guwen decisively made the choice, secretly pleased. As expected of Ji, Taihao had been defeated by Ji a second time, even though it was clearly more challenging this time, but a win is a win. Far better than Guxuanyu, whose greatest achievement was mutual destruction. You refused Taihao's request, and Taihao felt regret, agreeing to meet again for another battle. You gladly accepted, praising him as still your greatest opponent, which pleased Taihao, and you both parted ways. After parting with Taihao, Ji left the path of the Great Tao, planning to return to the Taiwei Great World. Upon discovering that time continued to flow there during his time travel, albeit not as quickly as during his travels, Ji returned to the Taiwei Great World and met Xianxia. Upon learning of his cultivation level, Xianxia was gratified, and Ji discovered that Xianxia was also a heaven-opening Daoist Immortal. Xianxia invited Ji to participate in a holy court meeting. During the meeting in the Grand Hall, upon hearing that someone from the holy court was captured by the 9 Divine Mansion, Ji volunteered, willing to make a trip to the underworld, and after a moment's hesitation, Xianxia agreed to send him to the underworld. Seeing the words 9 Divine Mansion, Guwen couldn't help but think of Guxuanyu's life. Encountering this force again, it's truly been around for a long time. Speaking of which, Guxuanyu harbored a deep-seated enmity with the 9 Divine Mansion, persisting even to death. This time, let's see if Ji can avenge him. Before the 9 Divine Mansion, Ji declared his origins, but was expelled by their keepers. He chose to force his way in. Having stood for countless years, the 9 Divine Mansion was not easy to shake, as they also possessed Daoist immortals. Relying on the time-space technique, even if unable to defeat the mansion's strong warriors, Guwen believed Ji could escape alive. But Ji was tougher than expected. Even forcing out Miao Zhen Daoist Immortal, he insisted on fighting, and that Miao Zhen Daoist Immortal couldn't defeat him. Eventually, the pavilion master of the 9 Divine Mansion was alarmed, personally coming out to stop the fight, agreeing to return the Holy Court disciple, thus resolving the conflict. Afterward, the pavilion master invited Ji as a guest. Guwen declined on J's behalf, but the pavilion master was too enthusiastic, holding onto J's hand, leaving him no choice but to agree. Xianxia the Novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The The pavilion master hosted a grand banquet, gathering many great powers of the Nine in Divine Mansion to introduce Ji, praising him as possessing the potential to transcend and offering his daughter in marriage to Ji. Without waiting for Gu An's choice, Ji directly refused. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 828. Breaking through the celestial court, the gentle breeze blew from the lake, causing Gu An's black hair to sway. He watched as Ji emerged from the Nine in Divine Mansion, a smile naturally appearing on his face. The pavilion master truly harbored ill intentions. After being rejected by Ji, he immediately ordered an assault on him. The so-called grand feast was actually a hidden trap. Unfortunately, despite all his scheming, the pavilion master couldn't keep Ji there. Ji not only escaped unharmed but also rescued the disciple of the Holy Court. Upon returning to Xianxia, Ji's performance greatly satisfied Xianxia, who directly appointed him as the Holy Court's undefeated war god, allowing him to enjoy the Holy Court's destiny perpetually. In the same year, Xianxia bestowed upon Ji an opportunity to ascend to immortality, causing Ji to hesitate. Gu An declined on his behalf. The celestial court was filled with celestial Dao destiny, and the heavenly Dao was one with the celestial emperor. Gu An didn't want him to be seen through by the celestial emperor. Xianxia felt regret over Jis' rejection but didn't force the matter. Less than a century after staying in the Holy Court, Ji couldn't suppress his battle intent. He bid farewell to Xianxia and embarked on the path of conquest again. He began to travel across the 3,000 great worlds, occasionally using the time-space technique to traverse the past and future. After leaving legends in the 3,000 great worlds, Ji ventured into various major domains. The Endless Dao Mountain, Immortal Cave Heaven, Misty Immortal Court, Ling Mountain, Golden Immortal Ancestor Tree, Taiching Deep Realm, Netherworld Deep Sea, and other places previously mentioned in the lifespan breakthrough hints appeared before Gu An. Notably, Ji encountered the Celestial Buddha at Ling Mountain. The Celestial Buddha seemed to have something to say to him but hesitated. This made Gu An speculate that he might have thought of the Emperor of Eternal Life. Ultimately, Ji and the Celestial Buddha did not form a close relationship. After staying at Ling Mountain for several months, Ji left. Millions of years later, Ji achieved the Miao Zhen Daoyuo immortal status. 100 million years later, under the siege of many Daoyuo immortals, Ji broke through to become a Dao Extreme Daoyuo immortal during battle, attracting the arrival of the Celestial Dao Venerable. The Celestial Dao Venerable wanted to take Ji as a disciple, but Gu An declined on Jis' behalf. Even if Ji were to be killed by the Celestial Court now, he had lived enough. Fortunately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Celestial Dao Venerable did nothing improper. After being rejected by Ji, he left without a word. Jis' fame spread completely. In front of the Celestial Dao heroes, he announced he would go to the Endless Dao Mountain to preach. During the subsequent preaching, Ji surprisingly created a unique Great Dao destiny, naming it the Extreme Battle Emperor. It was recognized by the 3,000 Great Dao, its destiny imprinted on the path of the Great Dao, and Ji took the opportunity to describe the method of proving the Extreme Battle Emperor. Gu An couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this point. Ji actually created a Great Dao destiny as well. If so, doesn't that mean he pioneered two kinds of Great Dao destiny on his own? Is that even possible? Gu An pondered, and at the same time, his life continued. After establishing the Extreme Battle Emperor, his opponents became fewer and fewer. Wherever he went, immortal family great powers invited him as a guest, which allowed Gu An to witness scenes of harmonious conversations. Unfortunately, no one will always have smooth sailing. At the age of 2,532,167, one immortal god blocked your path. This immortal god called himself Son of Heaven Jueni, wanting to experience the power of the Extreme Battle Emperor. You chose to fight and easily defeated Son of Heaven Jueni. You did not kill Son of Heaven Jueni, but his departing gaze made you somewhat uncomfortable. Upon seeing this hint, Gu An knew that Jis' destined calamity had arrived. No seeker could avoid the celestial court after becoming powerful. Gu En's reincarnation body could not live forever. He would eventually die, and within the heavenly Tao, death could only occur at the hands of the celestial court. Ia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Son of Heaven Jueni, Gu En glanced over, seeing Son of Heaven Jueni cultivating within the celestial court, who was now also at the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal cultivation level. Among many sons of heaven, Son of Heaven Jueni's authority wasn't large, but his talent was outstanding. Gu En only took a glance and didn't resolve to deal with Son of Heaven Jueni ahead of time, despite the experiences from lifespan reincarnation. After defeating Son of Heaven Jueni, Ji continued his travels. The Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal cultivation level allowed him to overlook all living beings. Without considering the celestial court, not many great powers could rival him. Being invincible is lonely, so Ji chose to retreat in a domain, contemplating a higher realm. Until millions of years later, the world he was in was illuminated, and numerous immortal gods descended. An immortal monarch stood atop the clouds, proclaiming JIS sins, announcing that JIS reckless time-space travels had disrupted the order of cause and effect, waging wars everywhere, disrupting the balance across realms, and not fulfilling the obligations of a Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. The celestial court wanted to capture Ji and take him to the 9 heavens for interrogation. Gu En naturally disagreed, choosing to refuse. Ji engaged the celestial army in a great battle for the first time. Even with a supreme immortal led by a Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal realm, Ji easily repelled them. Soon after this battle ended, the celestial Dao Venerable took action. The opponent was an existence beyond the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal level. Despite struggling with all his might, Ji could not win and ultimately escaped, using the time-space technique, albeit heavily injured. He arrived at a mysterious plane, found a realm, and began recuperating. By a twist of fate, during his recovery, someone passed through this realm and discovered him. This person was precisely Tai Hao. After a long absence, Tai Hao was also at the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal cultivation level. He was delighted, but upon learning of JIS experiences, he too began cursing the celestial court and declared he would fight alongside Ji, deeply moving Ji. Gu En sighed, thinking to himself, "Silly child, they are the leaders of the celestial court, deliberately coming to mess with you." Regardless of whether Tai Hao recovered his original memory, Gu En already saw the ending. Ji and Tai Hao would die together. The celestial court didn't dare to deal with Tai Hao but would definitely create an opportunity for a one-on-one match between them. Gu En continued to watch. After Ji recovered from his injuries, Tai Hao once again challenged Ji. As before, Ji laughed last, but this time, Tai Hao wasn't as disappointed. The two continued healing, agreeing to cause havoc in the celestial court once fully healed. In this lifetime, Tai Hao's sect was destroyed by immortal gods, which is why he hated the celestial court to the core. This is also why he was willing to help Ji. Due to this reason, Ji did not refuse his assistance, and both were full of heroism, believing they could penetrate the celestial court. They were entities that dominated within their realm, and now having reached the end of the immortal Dao, even against the celestial Dao Venerable, their combined strength might prevail. 1,000,000 years later, the two stood before the celestial gate of the celestial court. Tai Hao expressed he was prepared to face death, but Ji was not seeking a death battle. He was full of confidence, believing he could win. Evidently, 1,000,000 years later, JIS power had grown once more. The great battle erupted. The two joined forces, sweeping through the celestial army, fighting from the south heavenly gate to the front of the palace of the pole star, ultimately forcing 4 celestial Dao Venerables to combine into an array. In a critical moment, Tai Hao unleashed power beyond that of a Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal, forcibly breaking the array. Gu En felt that the celestial Dao Venerables seemed to be acting. Regardless, ultimately, Ji and Tai Hao broke into the palace of the pole star, seeking the legendary celestial emperor to impart justice. On the grand, majestic, and lavish palace of the pole star, the emperor's throne, representing supreme power, was empty. At this moment, a celestial Dao venerable entered the hall. In his palm, shockingly, was the entire Taiwei Great World, and Ji felt the aura of his old friends from Shengtian and the Holy Court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 829. Gu An's pursuit. Seeing the Holy Court captured, Guan saw the outcome. But ending life with this result isn't too bad. At least this lifetime has been exciting enough. The celestial Dao venerable demanded Ji surrender, or he would annihilate the beings of the Taiwei Great World. The unyielding Ji hesitated, and Guan made the decision for him. Agree to compromise. When prompted, Ji laid down his divine weapon, enraging Taihao greatly. No matter how much Taihao tried to persuade, Ji refused to take up the divine weapon. Taihao declared their brotherhood severed, then went out to fight alone, leaving Ji surrounded by immortal gods. The celestial emperor truly knows how to play. Guan felt Ji must be extremely upset. Ji never thought Taihao was the celestial emperor all along. Ultimately, Ji was suppressed by the celestial Dao venerable. Due to his Vajra undying body, the celestial court cast him into the heavenly prison to endure endless torment. Seeing Ji not killed, Guan speculated it had something to do with Taihao. Unexpectedly, this lifetime hadn't yet reached its end. Guan continued to watch. Perhaps like Guxuanyu, Ji would escape the heavenly prison and cause havoc in the celestial court once more. During those years of suppression, Ji began comprehending the extreme Dao combat technique. His technique grew stronger, and Guan guessed the lifespan he stole from enemies in the past was unused until now, possibly relating to the destiny of the extreme battle emperor. Regardless of the reason, after enduring suppression for 100 billion years, Ji forcibly broke through the great realm, reaching the Xianxia primordial immortal stage. A terrifying celestial tribulation shattered the prison restrictions, allowing him to escape. Pent up for 100 billion years, his combat intent soared, astonishing the heavens and gods alike, causing cosmic phenomena across the 3,000 great worlds, Great Dao domain, and the underworld. Ji then displayed his expertise, battling while crossing the tribulation, using heavenly thunder to fight. Under normal circumstances, one should not be disturbed during the tribulation. If mana and chi blood go chaotic, it might lead to demonic possession, followed by being obliterated by heavenly thunder. But Ji seemed unafraid of this, even showing the same in previous lifespans. With the cultivation level of Xianxia primordial immortal, even the celestial Dao venerable wasn't his match. Guan saw in one prompt, he punched a celestial Dao venerable to pieces, scaring all the immortal gods to retreat. Unfortunately, the foundation of the celestial court far exceeded J's imagination. A colossal hand traversing ages attacked. Ji was unprepared. The first strike made him lose his cultivation level, the second disintegrated his soul, body, and spirit. Reincarnation ends here. Guan closed his eyes, beginning to inherit J's memories. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him, but the dojo's plentiful spiritual energy merely stirred waves, not alarming the other disciples. The Daoist field of the beginningless had long expanded, with a special area for crossing the tribulation. The disciples were used to any disturbances. Experiencing J's life truly, Guan sensed a freedom other reincarnation bodies had never had, even describing it as carefree. Ji traversed the all heavens and myriad realms, ventured to the past, battled the future, reaching utmost pleasure. Most of his battles were crushing victories, with rare injuries in his life. This was the longest reincarnation Guan had experienced, unlike other reincarnation bodies who loved to cultivate in seclusion. His life, always on the move, was far richer than others. The Taihao encountered in this life wasn't much weaker than the one Guxuanyu met. While causing havoc in the celestial court, this Taihao displayed extremely fearsome power, even alarming Songtian. Songtian, the will of the heavenly Dao, Guan had heard of before but felt its power for the first time. That power belonged to the supreme emperor of ultimate merging Dao. Guan could confirm Songtian was the Tongxian venerable spirit of the celestial emperor. Yet Songtian appeared and vanished quickly, not affecting the battle, leaving a deep impression on Ji. Once the memory inheritance was complete, Guwen opened his eyes, his gaze not so complex. After experiencing Jis life, he had no regrets, even dying in battle felt exhilarating. This life had enough battles and joy. CTH novel, F.I.R. at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ji had hardly ever felt wronged, even facing death, he bore it with pride. Although he never saw Xingtian in the end, Guwen was not worried, for Xingtian was indeed Zhu Shi. If it were Zhu Shi with Guwen present, she couldn't possibly die. Extreme Battle Emperor. Emperor Ji, why do they seem stronger than my primordial Dao Emperor? Guwen murmured to himself, unable to hold back a smile. The Extreme Battle Emperor was the pinnacle of the combat path, whereas the primordial Dao Emperor was not just about combat but also comprehending the mysteries of reincarnation. The Extreme Battle Emperor was more suited for battle, while the primordial Dao Emperor for cultivation, each having their strengths. What truly intrigued Guwen were the worlds Ji had visited. Some places seemed not to belong to the heavenly Dao. Could they be chaos? These unheard-of worlds fueled Guwen's anticipation for the Great Dao. Reaching the edge of the Great Dao and one's limits too early would be dull, wouldn't it? Then simple human desires, Guwen anticipated and pursued grander things. He wished to become an invincible one like the Celestial Emperor but would not be content with just that. Remembering Taihao, Guwen strangely hoped the Celestial Emperor would grow stronger to make eternal years more enjoyable for him. More than that, Guwen was interested in an opponent Ji defeated. That person's growth rate was absurd, meeting Ji twice. The first time when Ji was merely a Daoist Zhangzizai Immortal, and the second when Ji had become a Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. Each encounter had them at the same realm, which was remarkable, considering Jis growth rate was already very fast, almost absurd. Only the Celestial Emperor in reincarnation could keep up. Guwen couldn't help but wonder if someone similar to him was growing secretly, unknown to anyone. It couldn't just be him as the most unique, with countless opportunities. In the end, it's a contest of character. Sitting by the lakeside, he savored the reminiscence. Waiting until dusk fell, he stood up, stretching, looking at the shimmering lake surface, seemingly seeing Taihao's figure. Looking forward to the next encounter. Guwen smiled gently, murmuring to himself. Ji's life allows him to ascertain the Celestial Emperor indeed contests with him in reincarnation. With the Celestial Emperor's capability, meeting Guwen twice surely indicates he knows Guwen is not simple. Yet he doesn't search the heavenly Dao but competes reincarnation body to reincarnation body, showing kindness. Though the Daoist field of the beginningless is strong, if the Celestial Emperor wants to search the heavenly Dao with a fine-tooth comb, he would eventually find it. Most critically, Guwen had already grown strong before encountering the Celestial Emperor, having at least the power to protect himself. His past path was correct. It shouldn't be changed prematurely. Guwen turned back towards the mountain peak where he resided. Simultaneously, a meteor streaked across the distant sky, leaving a poignant trail of airwaves. The meteor was not a stone but a white jade coffin. As the coffin streaked across the sky and past a cliff, a hand stopped it, causing a violent storm to spread in all directions, devouring the mountain, uprooting forest, impacting a 1,000-mile radius. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 830. The white jade coffin hung precariously above the cliff, held back by a man in white robes. His long white hair danced in the breeze, his face handsome, and an arrogance between his brows that could not be concealed. It was none other than Son of Heaven Ji Yen. Compared to many years ago, there was an added touch of world weariness about him. His eyes observed the white jade coffin, a nostalgic expression in his gaze, and he muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since we fought side by side." His identity as the Son of Heaven was never hidden. Ever since his ascension, he roamed the celestial spirit great world with this identity. Some pledged allegiance to him, while others scoffed. Things did not develop as smoothly as he had imagined. The leading heavenly spirit Dao alliance showed him indifference, making it hard for him to find a foothold. He had no choice but to employ his life-bound divine weapon. He turned his head towards the distance, his gaze gradually becoming cold and sharp. If he couldn't uproot the heavenly spirit Tao alliance, it would be difficult for him to become the master of this realm. Becoming the world supreme was his trial in reincarnation, and he couldn't fall here. The existence of Ancestor Master Wuxia once caused him concern, but after his investigations he dismissed those worries. As long as he did not harm the masses, Ancestor Master Wuxia would not intervene. Furthermore, he had visited the immortal gods who remained in this realm. He had a vague guess but did not reveal it. He only needed to focus on his tribulation. With that thought, he vanished with the white jade coffin from the precipice. Time continued to flow, never pausing for anyone. Millions of years passed in a blink. The dark heavenly court was eventually repelled by the celestial court, and the celestial Tao destiny of the 3,000 great worlds began to rise. More opportunities to ascend to immortality appeared in the human world. The celestial spirit great world was no exception, and one individual gained an opportunity for immortality, ascending in broad daylight, renowned throughout the lands. The desire to become immortal planted a seed deep in the hearts of all beings, making it even harder for Son of Heaven Ji Yen to act, as the awe people held for this Son of Heaven was waning. Rather than serve the immortal gods, why not strive to become one? Sir the Novelier. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance was stronger than Son of Heaven Ji Yen had imagined, but with his own talent and divine weapon, the power he established over millions of years reached a level that could contend with the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance. The current world power lay in the struggle between the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance and the Son of Heaven for dominion over heaven and earth. In spring, the Daoist field of the beginningless was brimming with life, with majestic landscapes as far as the eye could see. Guwen was sitting in the mountain viewing pavilion, painting. Outside the pavilion, in contrast to millions of years ago, colorful small fish leapt in the cascading waterfall, adding more hues to the landscape. Two figures flew in from afar, landing swiftly in front of the mountain viewing pavilion, Zizai and Zhenqin. Zhenqin lifted the hood of her robe and respectfully saluted Guwen. After greeting, Zizai spoke, "Ancestor, Senior Uncle Zhen has arrived." Guwen turned to look at Zhenqin, who, under his gaze, became suddenly emotional. She kneeled on the ground and said, "Master, your disciple has a request." Her expression was tense, her eyes full of anxiety. Guwen did not ask Zizai to leave. Looking at Zhenqin, he chided, "Why are you kneeling? I still prefer the old you. You rarely kneeled before me and liked to joke with me." The reason he grew close to Shangguan Xian'er was not due to studying books. The real reason was that Shangguan Xian'er gave him a feeling reminiscent of past interactions with Zhenqin. To him now, engaging with others was tedious if they were too rigid. After all, he could see through people's hearts and would only care about the atmosphere of interaction, not anyone's motives. Hearing this, Zhenqin felt ashamed. Although her master treated her as before, she was no longer the disciple of the supreme sect she once was, making it hard for her to interact with him as she used to. "Master, my disciple was captured by a great power under the Son of Heaven's command. The Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance and the Son of Heaven are like water and fire. I have no way to save him. Could you intervene?" Zhenqin asked, gritting her teeth. Guwen shook his head and said, "How can I stick my neck out for such matters? Your junior uncle will help you. Why not stay for a few days first?" "No, Master, I fear something will happen to him. Please save him first, and I will bring him to visit you. Will that do?" Zhenqin said anxiously. Seeing her urgency, Guwen glimpsed a shadow of her past self. "Very well, Zizai, accompany her on the journey." Guwen said helplessly, indulging Zhenqin, a disciple with whom he shared 730 million years of master-disciple bond. Son of Heaven Ji Yen was the current heaven and earth hero. Wuxia disciple would not intervene in his conflict with the Heavenly Spirit Tao Alliance, and even if Zizai had a mind to help, he still needed to consult Guwen. Zizai immediately took his orders, and Zhenqin thanked Guwen before the two left quickly. Guwen turned back to continue painting. Such matters were trivial to him. Over the long years, there would always be old friends or disciples seeking his aid, and as long as he allowed Nzazai to bring them before him, it usually meant he would agree to help them. Son of Heaven, I wonder if it is your scheme. Guwen muttered, referring not to the present Son of Heaven causing unrest, Jiyen, but to another Son of Heaven who was now rising to the power stage in the Celestial Court. This Son of Heaven had led the Celestial Court in repelling the Dark Heavenly Court, greatly enhancing his prestige and subsequently his celestial Dao destiny. He had even entered the palace of the Pole Star to meet the Celestial Emperor. Guwen did not know what they talked about, but ever since then, the Celestial Emperor disappeared, and this Son of Heaven began to take charge of the Celestial Court's authority. This Son of Heaven was ambitious, gathering various immortal gods while continuously releasing immortal fate to the human world, clearly aiming to cultivate his own following. Guwen's eyes could see the future of this Son of Heaven. He was benevolent to all beings but ruthless to other sons of heaven, promising to eliminate them one by one, with Xianyuan human venerable perishing at his hands. This kind of destiny was unprecedented, emerging only after the Dark Heavenly Court was driven back. When the tribulation of Son of Heaven Jiyen ended, and he returned to the Celestial Court, tremendous changes would occur, that was certain, but Jiyen could not know the Celestial Court's current situation. However, these matters did not concern Guwen so long as Yang Jian, Li Xuanmiao, and the Celestial Destruction God were safe from harm. The next morning, Guwen was tidying up his paintings in the mountain viewing pavilion when Nzazai returned with Zhenqin and Su Han. Son of Heaven Jiyen showed a lot of face to Nzazai, and with Nzazai's cultivation level, they quickly returned. Su Han was already in clean clothes, looking nothing like a prisoner and without a scratch on him. He followed behind Zhenqin, glancing around with great excitement, his face full of expectation. The three of them came to the mountain viewing pavilion to salute Guwen, and Zhenqin even had Su Han kneel to thank Guwen for his life-saving grace. It was not I who saved him, no need for such formalities, Zazai, show Su Han around and settle him in. Guwen said, and upon hearing this, Nzazai agreed, and Su Han rose to his feet. He dared not look directly at Guwen and only regained his composure after leaving with Nzazai. Why am I so timid? Su Han was secretly annoyed. Meeting Ancestor Master Wuxia was something he looked forward to the most. He had imagined it many times, yet he never thought he would be so awkward. Even after realizing this, he still dared not turn around to look back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.